Hello? Ed? Is that you? What's up, friends? We're in there. It is Saturday, our last stream of the week, and today we're going through Act 3 of the Path of Exile 2 campaign. Yesterday, we got through Act 2, and it only took us 7 hours or 7.5 hours or something like that. The day before that, we did Act 1, and it took like 6 hours or something. Act 3 is a whole mess in its own right. I'm not sure if it'll take longer than Act 2, because I think there are less zones in Act 3 than there are in Act 2, but not exactly sure. Because there's the whole, like, time traveling, and then there's the river draining and all that, apex of filth and everything. So I don't know, but we're gonna do our best to figure out as much as we can about the layouts, so that way when Dawn of the Hunt releases next Friday, 1 week from yesterday, so only 6 days away now, we'll hopefully have a very, very easy time going through the campaign, just because I already know roughly how to get through most of the zones. There are some zones that just do not want to be figured out. There's very little rhyme or reason to them, or very little way to tell beforehand what the correct direction is, but the zones that do have ways to tell that kind of thing, we're figuring that kind of thing out, and then we're also proving which ones have no way to figure out, and deciding which ways to get through those the bestest despite their relative randomness. So today the science continues for Act 3, and hopefully it doesn't take us 12 hours. That would be very sad, wouldn't it? But step 1 for any zone is going to be to full clear it, just like we were doing yesterday, so we can get a look at the whole map, get kind of an idea of what we're dealing with here. I know this place has it's like a mini boss, big tree man, and I think there's another tree that has someone hanging from it. And there's like a treasure chest under that tree or something. Oh yeah, also there's like a camp kind of near the end of the zone with two like large rares in it. That can be kind of scary if you're not ready for them. That's more like directly by the exit to the Act 3 town. I don't think I usually have too much issue with this place in previous runs, or I haven't had too much issue with this place in previous runs, but I think there is some level of variance that can be kind of confusing, because I'm pretty sure there are some layouts where the exit's on the top left, and the majority of them are like on the top right, so there could be some pretty drastic changes from layout to layout here. We'll just do our best. I really need to replace my gloves. Also, we got a level 9 gem. I didn't even look at that. I believe we were pathing down to this stuff here. We're going for Molten Avatar and Forces of Nature. Take some more Dexterity, Ignite, Freeze, and Shock. Oh, and Electrocute, because why not? Also Res Pen. Not bad. Those giant ass spawner bugs way easier to deal with gas grenade than probably almost anything else I've used through this point of the campaign. No checkpoint. Boss? It is the boss. We're gonna double check what's over here and see if there's a way around the boss. Because if there's no way around the boss, you just have to zoom through him. It's actually really good information, I think. But this might put us around him. It's just another way in. I will probably do that boss, especially if we have to go past him. But usually, most of the time I skip him. He doesn't really drop anything crazy. But if we can say for certain that that boss is the only way forward, then we know when we find him we're going the correct direction. That still only has one trial. This is the hanging tree. Yellow ring. Wow.
Miasma.
Only one other spot could possibly put. Wait a minute, what's this? Kind of hoping this is a dead end. But that does look like we're actually getting to the far section of the zone. Yeah. So it is possible to skip the boss like entirely, like without even running into his arena. Let's angle our way around here and try and get back to the boss room. Now, one thing we can say for now is the hanging tree and the foul ritual are on opposite sides of that path. Whether that's true all the time or not, who knows? If we go off of past experience, then the odds of that are unlikely. Or the odds of that remaining the same in every layout are pretty unlikely. So that is definitely a dead end up there, that little pocket. This thing that we skipped here. I've been really bad about collecting things to salvage and then actually salvaging them. A lot of times I pick it up for a while and then throw it on the ground because I don't want to go back to town. Let's clear this man. pretty good, actually. Gas arrow to 9. Kind of wanted to try storm collar arrow because I think that's actually better than electrocuting arrow. Electrocuting arrow was kind of useful when we were using lightning arrow and the other thing, but not so much here. We don't really do anything to build up electrocute, but storm collar arrow has like a really high chance to shock, which is far more useful to us than electrocute without lightning damage. Borat campfire is the rares. Yeah. Turns out shock is pretty good. Another jeweler's orb. Sick. I've gotten absolutely blasted by those two rares so many times that the fact that we just walked up and dumpstered them in 0.2 seconds is A, cathartic, and B, surprising. There's the exit. So there's a lot of different paths here. But really, it's like two pathways, one with the boss on it, one without the boss. The one without the boss kind of goes directly to the ziggurat encampment. Whereas the one with the boss on it goes to the rares. At least in this case. So it seems if we just kind of stick to the inside of the map, going one particular direction from the base, we should end up in the right place, I guess. Whether we find the boss or we don't. We'll see if that holds true, or if there are some weird layouts here with, like, turning layouts or something. That would kind of suck, wouldn't it? Anyways, we go again. We're gonna try and skip the boss. It would just be really nice if it held true, where if you find the path that skips the boss, you end up on the ziggurat encampment side of the second section. And then you don't have to worry about accidentally running into the rares. And then you know if you do find the boss, then you need to change sides in the second part. This is the hanging tree. So that means we're going to try going left, because this is the same direction as previous layout, and this is how it looked last time. But this could be totally different. Who knows? There's Boss Man. And as you can see, I was correct to doubt that the hanging tree and the Boss Man will be on opposite sides of the other path. Which means we probably can't trust the whole path without the boss is the exit path. But we're gonna try it, nonetheless. What the hell is this layout? I mean, we had to go a roundabout way to get there, but this is the ziggurat side. Just for science, let's see if the rares are over here or if they're actually down there. I think there should be a checkpoint at that camp. Maybe. I hope. Yep, okay. That's the wrong checkpoint. It's a little bit roundabout on the second half. But that wasn't because we had the wrong side, it was just because the breach generated in an awkward spot. We'll do it again. So far, so good. Either way, we can definitely say 2 sections. Section 1 has 2 paths out of it. And Section 2 has 2 objectives inside of it, one being the door and one being the camp. So far, the boss objective in Section 1 has been lining up with the camp's with the camp objective in Section 2. But we've only done 2 layouts. So let's try it again. Seems we skipped the boss. This would be like the ideal. If it holds true that the exit is on this side without the boss, and then we path through here without finding the boss, and we can just keep on running to the exit. Nope. Does not hold true. Son of a bitch. But this is still not useless information because we know if we see the cannibal camp, we just go to the other side. I'll do like 1 or 2 more times just to get a feel for it. Pretty much, if we just run down the center, we'll find one of the 2 correct paths, and now we know we don't have to worry about whether it has the boss on it or doesn't. This boss, I think it doesn't actually lock the room, even if you do aggro it. So like, we're kind of just free to walk past him. Just stick roughly to the middle and we'll be fine. Yo, what's up, Beep? How you doing? Section 2, we skipped the boss. There's the camp, so we can go the other way. How's PO2? Pretty good. Pretty good. We still haven't gotten the update yet. That's not till Friday next week, but things they announced seem pretty good. I still question how much different the game is going to feel, other than like the fact that we have a whole new weapon type and like a billion new skills and uniques and stuff. But just like from a moment-to-moment gameplay standpoint, I think it's going to feel pretty similar. But there's like a lot of new crafting things, a lot of new types of encounters you can find in maps. So I think it'll be interesting. Hell yeah, glad to hear it. Right now we're just trying to familiarize, or I'm just trying to familiarize myself with layouts in Acts 1 through 3 because I'm tired of getting lost in places. So we've been slow crawling through this campaign. We've been taking notes of what the best way to get through each zone is, so that way in future runs, not only do I just have this information internally, but if I need to look back, I can reference it. Hope it's a little better. Yeah, I think it will be. I think there's going to be a lot more interesting things on the Atlas too. And I listened to the Q&A they did after the announcement last night. The announcement was like a couple days ago, but I finally just watched the Q&A yesterday. And there's some things that they said during that Q&A that were even more exciting than what they announced in the big announcement. And one of the major things was waystones are becoming way less random, and like if you clear a map, then when you kill the last rare, it's guaranteed to drop another waystone of the same tier as the one you're running. So like you're not gonna run out anymore, and I think that's like, as long as you're completing maps, you're not gonna run out anymore, and I think that's great. Started Freesia, since then haven't returned to PoE 2. That's understandable. Is Freesia your first time with PoE 1, or were you returning to PoE 1 and you just haven't felt like PoE 2 since? Sandswept Marsh, run up the center. Run as close to the center as possible. Zone is made of 2 sections. There are 2 exits from section 1. Section 2. And 2 objectives in section 2. One objective is camp with 2 rares, and the other is the exit. Second time this time you built 3 characters. Oh, hell yeah. What's been your favorite class so far? Yeah, honestly, I was very surprised by how much fun I was having in Freesia. After playing PoE 2 in December, I was like, man, I'm never gonna be able to play PoE 1 again. And then Freesia came around and I gave it the old college try, and what do you know? I actually had a great time. Even though my first build was kind of scuffed, I did like raise zombie, a falling puppeteer with like specters and stuff, and it like barely worked. But the second one I did was Daughter of Oshabi, elemental hit with like a billion shrine effect and stuff, and it was just super fun. We were blasting Legion on stream for a couple of days with that before I started doing this. I don't know if I trust this sentence. Each objective is on opposite corners of section 2. I feel like there have been times where I've seen the camp and the ziggurat encampment relatively close to each other. So I don't know how I feel about that, but we'll work with it for now. Scion Hexblast? Oh, hell yeah. Hexblast is so fun. I didn't, I haven't done it recently, but I did it with, shit, what class? Maybe Saboteur? I followed someone's guide, like Palsteron or something. I don't remember what league that was, though. Maybe Calandra? No, Calandra I did Chain Hook. Anyways, yeah, it was a while ago. Several leagues ago. But still a great time. I'm glad to hear you're having fun with it, though. The Scion class looked bananas with the free shift changes. Each objective is off, according to section 2. Find the camp. Go to the opposite side. Find the exit. Good enough. Alright, that's the first zone of Act 3 done. Only took us 25 minutes. Act 1 had like, I don't know, 15 zones. Act 2 had like 17 zones, at least that we did. There may have been some I skipped because there was stuff I didn't care about in there. I don't know how many zones there are going to be in Act 3, but I feel like it's going to be a lot. Should really be rolling those. I'm kind of lacking cold reds. It's my concern right now. We'll be all right for now, but it's something we might run into problems with later. Yeah, honestly, I'm just very excited to see what the first update's like. I'm not crazy hyped for Huntress. I think it had some cool looking stuff in it. Like, I may end up playing that first and taking the Ritualist class, the Ascendancy, because it has some very interesting things in it. But the thing with the spear is it looked like it was a lot of combo based stuff, and at least with the balance of this current patch, builds relying on combo stuff are much more clunky feeling than builds that just push a button and kill stuff. Troubled camp, that was fast. So we'll see. I think they said a lot of their goal with rebalancing stuff in 0.2 is focused around making it so that combo stuff is more desirable and more effective. So we'll see if that holds true and then makes the spear feel better. But yeah, if I end up just throwing the spear all the time instead of like bouncing in and out of combat, it's gonna be a little bit of a bummer. Start working on a fourth one, hell yeah. Started Shadow, it's crazy. You'll love to see it. What's the fourth one gonna be? Also, how are you liking idols? Have you been messing around with those at all? Now the question is, can you return to PoE 2? Out of the turntables. It is very fast. That is the question, isn't it? The answer is, I believe in you. I think if I can adjust back to PoE 2 from PoE 1, I think it'll be possible to adjust from PoE 1 back down to PoE 2. Although there are a lot of people who really don't like the speed of PoE 2 compared to 1. So who knows? There's only one way to find out. I think in general here the zone is kind of like Jungle Grave and Venom Crypts are relatively close to each other most of the time. And they're both kind of like on this front wall, this first wall we start on. And then I believe the Quadrilla is in this zone. And exits are further along. When you play PoE 2, you feel like it's a downgrade. I mean, that's fair. It's also like relatively new. Yeah, well, when PoE 2 came out, and people were like, oh, where's the crafting? It's kind of like, what the hell, man? It didn't really bother me at all, is what I should say. But yeah, getting another look at the PoE 1 crafting, and then coming back to this and being like, oh, I'll just carry around a bunch of augments or regals so I can augment regal something to see if I get anything that's not shit. It is a little underwhelming, for sure. But one thing they did announce is recombinators in PoE 2. And they also said, not in the announcement, but in the Q&A afterwards, that it's actually a banger helmet. Only I was an armor character. I'll hold on to that, though. They said they want recombinators to be more A, transparent, and B, intuitive. So they're changing it to you pick which mods you want on the resulting item if the recombinator succeeds, and then like the more things you choose to go on the item, the less likely it is to succeed. And the caveat to that is that if it fails, you lose both items and you don't get one in return. But if it succeeds, you're guaranteed your perfect item, or at least the item with the mods you picked. Granted, if you put 6 mods on if you pick 6 mods in the recombinator, then they're like, it's going to be practically impossible for that to work out, but it can at least get you like 3 or 4 without too much difficulty. Which is, I think, something that makes it more interesting to pick up rare items and look for mods, for items with like 2 or 3 mods that you care about. And you can just mush them together, and even if you fail, you can just, you haven't lost anything you were wearing. You just keep looking for those 2 or 3 mods over and over again. So this doesn't actually connect over here. I kind of thought it would be connected, you know? It's kind of toxic. Hope they keep PV1. I think they will. A lot of people are dooming that they're gonna dump PV1 like as soon as possible, but I think it would take... I think they would if they saw it as a liability to keep it going, like if they weren't making any money out of it or anything. But I think the likelihood that PoE1 ever goes to a state where they believe it needs to be dropped is unlikely. Basically, I think it would take a lot to kill PoE1. So this zone is actually like toxic as shit. At least in this layout. Oh hey, it is him. I couldn't remember if it was here or the next zone. Yeet. No boss scares me in this game quite like that boss does.
But you left me with little choice.
Hey, yo, what's that? We lose 6 strength, which is kind of a problem. I need precisely the amount of strength that I have right now. Now I could change 2 more of my passives to strength. I just have to go back to town to do that. And we do get 12 dexterity out of it, so we don't actually lose dex by doing that. Seems good to me.
Toxic rain.
Yeah, one more thing in regards to PoE 2 or PoE 1, the continuation of PoE 1. I think they may have questioned how long they wanted to keep PoE 1 running with the massive response to PoE 2, because it was like incredibly popular on launch, like in December. But I also think the uproar in like January and February of people saying where the fuck is a PoE 1 league that led to them making free show. I think that was probably a wake-up call for them, that like PoE 2 is good, but people really do still like PoE 1. So I think that's a good thing that there was so much clamor around that. So this is 2 major sections with a bridge on one side between them. This is not how I remember this layout always being, though, so we're gonna have to do a couple of these. But I am gonna go do this. By the way, server, your son's dead. Sorry. Oh, we gain 4 strength, so I only need to change 1 point. Still kind of a bad belt, but better than the one we got. And we're gonna set foot in Venom Crypts because I believe there's a waypoint there. There's a checkpoint here. Not a waypoint. Find that. I would like to do Venom Crypts while I know where it is, but I also don't want to like get confused between this zone and Venom Crypts. So we'll just prioritize Jungle Ruins first. It's not a big deal if I have to go find it again. Especially because the point of what we're doing here is so I can find Jungle Ruins and Poison Crypt without issue. We may end up full clearing this zone again, though. But a lot of times, those 2 objectives are in this corner over here. The unfortunate thing is it's not every time that both of those objectives are on the same side. Like directly next to each other like that. I guess we should see if the camp is here. The Silver Fist is here this time. Okay. Thing is, it's impossible to run from this man, so I'm gonna have to kill him every time that I aggro him. Also, I got the check. I could have sworn I got that checkpoint, but it didn't spawn me on it. It was all blue and everything. So I guess the question is that the only way to that section of the map over there? So it's like, if we see the Mighty Silver Fist, does that mean we made it to the second half of the map and we don't have to worry about the first half anymore? Maybe? One can hope. That's the line from when you clicked on the Elemental Shrine in Path of Exile 1. I wonder if this zone is just too big, too square, and too random to really tell where anything is from the very beginning. Really hope not. But it might be. Because case in point, here's the Venom Crypts on the top, or I guess the far left corner of the zone. And it certainly seems like we made it past whatever first section we started in. I have 15 move speed. Please? Oh. So we're gonna take great care to not walk into that arena.
Toxic rain.
No other pathways here. Infested Barrens. I don't know if I found the door to the Infested Barrens. infested, even. On the first run. Should have. But also, oh no, the waypoint here is somewhere else. That's the one with Alva in it. And the waypoint's right next to her spawn point. So we found the venomous crypts, or the venom crypts. However, we did not find the body. Although it could just be in that corner and I didn't walk close enough to see it. Troubled camp right next to the venom crypts. Yeah, Survey's son is nowhere to be found. At least I don't think that was him where that book is right there. Nah, he's up here. So maybe the strat is run on the left wall until you find the venom crypts. And if you don't find it before you find infested barrens, you teleport back to the start and you go the other way to find it in this corner here. Because either way you're gonna have to find infested barrens. Like there's no skipping that. But there are 2 spawn points for venom crypts, and Survey's son. And 2 of them, there are 3 spawn points for those 2 objectives, and 2 of them are on the left side of the map. And then if we know if they do spawn on the far spawns like this, then Mighty Silver Fist is on the right. That kind of held true with the first layout too, a little bit, although the zone's like drastically different entirely this time than that compared to that time, because there's like the first time it was 2, like 1 rectangle with a little connector here and then another rectangle for part 2, and the Silver Fist was on part 2. And the troubled camp was like right here. And then both camps were over here. So yeah, kind of an awkward zone. Hopefully we get the third one that I keep talking about, where the 2 objectives are on the top right side. Because I would like to see how this goes when those are over there. Step 1 is now run along the left wall. So far, so good. They didn't get the very close spawn, I guess. Unless it's further down this way. Venom crypts. Where's the body? This is going about 10 miles farther down this way than I expected. Turns out it does still lead to the body, though. I was starting to worry it was, like, just a couple feet away over here. They're just being dickheads with this layout and put it in its own, like, 10-mile-long alleyway. If I got that on a league, that layout on a league start, I'd be pissed. Straight up.
Toxic rain.
But figuring this kind of thing out is the whole reason we're doing what we're doing. Remember that thing I said about not ever wanting to go back down and actually empty out? We're actively experiencing that right now. So I guess if we do find both, I don't have to like hug this wall quite so strongly. The main purpose is finding those two objectives right there. So maybe we can cut inwards a little bit to get to the top left wall, and then follow that to find the door to the infested barrens. Although, it's kind of looking like we're arcing back, so maybe this layout is just entirely facing the bottom left. The other question is, how then do we find the mighty Silver Fist? Although I guess we can kind of tell where he is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just saw his shadow. That's him right there. I guess it would have worked last time where if we kept running past the infested barrens, we would have found the Silver Fist. So the prevailing strategy in this zone is just run away as quickly as... Oh, I lived. Let's go. Prevailing strategy is do a lap around the zone clockwise until you find everything you need. And if you don't find Venom Crypts and Service Sun before finding Infested Barrens, you can just use the checkpoint at Infested Barrens to go back to the start. Check up here, and then when you do find both of those, you're good. That have worked in that first layout, though. Maybe? Maybe not. I guess there's also, if we don't find the monkey, it's probably in the second half somewhere, like not terribly far away from the Infested Barrens. So we just search out from there. Kind of want to do this place a couple more times. I'm not 100% convinced by this idea. That it'll work in like 99% of cases.
Inspiring.
We have one Artificer Orb. So I need to talk to Sin, the hoodie man.
One must always be willing to change.
We needed more cold res anyways. So losing the second rune for fire is not the end of the world. Our fire was already alright. But when we get the second one, we'll put another cold in there. If fire's still 21. That's fine. Actually, Oswald, do you have... The hell was that noise? I mean, those have fire on them. Armor and evasion rating isn't ideal, but we'll make it work.
We evil and don't drink the water.
Ooh. That worked out alright. Slight improvement over the 10 evasion rating we had on that before. Alright. Put these away. Now we go again.
Choking cloud.
You can probably skip little backwards offshoots like that. Seems like a lot of the time this first wall kind of dead ends like that and you have to go around and then it cuts back to the left. Then again, now we're getting pretty far away from the usual direction. So this may be sending us into the second half of the map, because this could be a layout where there is this distinct second half. I think we don't need those. Although now we're going the usual direction, so maybe they're here. I was getting real worried this was going to be an extended dead end, and like there was going to be no outlet right there, so we had to go back around. Would have been a little annoyed for sure. Expedition logbook. Ravage Corpse, that's 1 out of 2. If we find that, we should check like just a little bit inward. Although that looks like the Silver Fist arena. It's not unheard of for the two objectives to be separated by quite a ways. At great risk of life and limb, we're gonna check to see if this actually... Yep. Okay. Uh-oh. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Leave me alone! Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Why is he still chasing me? Bro, he is still chasing. What the fuck? Your arena's like 10 million miles away. I mean, the whole follow the left wall until you find the thing is still kind of holding true. So it turns out even if Servi's Sun spawns in the top left, Venom Crypts still can spawn in the bottom right. The question is, would it be faster to take that checkpoint down to the entrance and come over here? Or would it be faster to just keep doing a lap clockwise? It's looking like, at least in this case, the clockwise option is still the play. And again, that's not that far away. Okay, so yeah. If we find infested barons, and we don't find both of the objectives on the left half, teleport back and go right. Go counterclockwise. And then Monkey is probably somewhere not far from the infested barons entrance. One more time for good measure, and we'll write it down and call it good there.
Choking cloud.
No movement speed.
Don't mind if I do.
Troubled camp. I totally forgot about the troubled camp. It's been like 3 runs since we found it. If we do find it in a campaign run, it's probably not a bad idea to check the shop. That's the whole point of that place. But for now, I don't care. We're doing fine how we are. We're perfect just the way we are. We will do the Venom Crypts this time. Just not till I finish my discovery. Exploration. So yeah, the pathing isn't the most efficient along the wall, but it keeps us from getting lost, which is some kind of efficiency in its own right. Our current... We have 1 jewel socket, and we have a jewel with 4 mods, and only 1 of them is useful. At least that one has 2. W. Checkpoint, service sun. Monkey is brought. Yep. That kind of looks like his arena down there. Too scared to go look because I don't want him to chase me for 20 miles again. Infested Barrens has to be around here somewhere, right? Oh, there's the monkey. Motherfucker. Like it's not down here, is it? At least we know that wasn't near him. I don't think there's any way for the door to the next zone to be off of the wall. It's just expedition log or an expedition logbook. And now, is this actually like 10 feet from the entrance to this place, or is there like no connection between here and the beginning? So I was wrong to doubt number one. I was wrong to doubt the plan. Yeah, okay, there is no connection. This is just a fucking terrible layout. But it also holds true that monkey is not far from the door. I might hate this layout more than I hate the one that puts Servi's Sun like 10 miles away from the Venom Crypts in like a little alleyway. Anyways, we're gonna go do Venom Crypts now, and if this zone resets, we know the way to find the exit. Just be one more practice run. But Jungle Ruins has, well, we just run. Run clockwise along the wall until you find Venom Crypts. Servi's Sun. And the Infested Barrens. Actually, no, that's not correct. Until you find the Infested Barrens. Along the way, you should also find the Venom Crypts and the Infested Barrens. I'm sorry, the Venom Crypts and Servi's Sun. If you don't find both of them along the way, use the checkpoint by Infested Barrens. Go back to the start and run counterclockwise until you find the ones you're missing. Also, these mighty Silver Fist arena is rarely far from the entrance to, I'm sorry, the exit to Infested Barrens. that's about all we need to know about this zone, I believe. So next up is the Venom Crypts. Venom Crypts is kind of a funky place. The objective is sort of in the middle from what I remember. And I do tend to get lost in here quite a bit. Because a lot of the zones in PoE 2, you just follow the outside wall until you find the thing you're looking for, like we did in that previous zone. This place, however, it doesn't work as well. Because the quest room is just kind of like a random room in the middle. But first things first, we're going to full clear the zone. Can't believe we've been live for an hour and I've done 2 zones. But I think Jungle Ruins was probably one of the ones I was most worried about, because it is a fuck huge zone. And as you could see, it was pretty random, but not quite as random as I thought it would be. So that was good to figure out, and it's the whole purpose of what we're doing here. And now we move on. I'm less worried about this place, because it's relatively small. And I have had a couple times where I actually just walked straight to the objective room during normal runs. GG said we needed to get good on the live stream. Dude, I saw that. I fucking died laughing when I heard that. It was a good joke from Ziggy. Or I guess good to point that out, because it is kind of exactly what Jonathan said. If you want to play PoE 2 while you're spacing out watching Netflix, just do better, dude. I mean, he's not wrong, right? Or maybe a little bit of a crass way to phrase it, but like, he's not entirely wrong. Like, because of the core mechanics and not because it's easy, right? Was Path of Exile ever supposed to be like the easiest game ever? I mean, some people might argue that, because it's not necessarily about reactive gameplay most of the time. Because it's basically impossible to read anything that's going on in combat anyways. So it's kind of like you get your character to the point where you can dumpster everything, and then you just brain off dumpster everything. I probably should have waited to grab that. But we'll know. The icon is still there. But yeah, it's still possible to do that in PoE 2. It's just a little more active. So what was this checkpoint down here, dude? Was that a troll? I actually thought we were at the room, that's why I turned around. This zone is actually a lot bigger than I thought.
Choking cloud.
So far, the one thing I can say is that this is a big loop with all these other offshoots going out away from the center of the loop, and then the objective is the center of the loop. Or it's like a door in the center of the loop. So basically, the goal may be to find a loop where the inside edge of the donut is, and then follow around that until you get the objective. Which may not always be the easiest thing to do. At least for the first like quarter of the zone, but afterwards it shouldn't be too bad. I do want to see what's in that other room where the checkpoint is, though. It's probably just a dead end, because they do put those in dead ends sometimes. Priesthood Crypt. Yoink. My stuff now. So far, I'm optimistic. If this is all we have to know about this zone, then this zone is like one of the easiest ones we've seen in a long time. Again. So we're just gonna run directly inwards as far as we can. Seems we've gone as far as we can. We're just gonna run around this like area here. Kind of looks like that's the donut. Then again, that's a small donut. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. So maybe not. Maybe we didn't make it there yet. Maybe this is the donut. No, not quite still. Is this my only job? Yes. I don't make a ton from it. At least, not at the moment. But I'm in a very fortuitous position where I don't have a whole lot of bills to worry about. So, I dedicate as much of my time as I can to this for now. Check, what is this? This actually is... Is this a donut then? Or is it just kind of completely throwing our plan out the window?
Miasma.
The donut idea may be dead. I'm very sad. That kind of strat's very easy to remember. Here's the res pen. Oh yeah, I never equipped this. I meant to exalt that when I went back to town, but it did not. I did not remember. Either way, it's still more useful than my current one.
Toxic rain.
So if the priestess room is down there, where the hell is the other room? With the other checkpoint? Ah, right by the start. Cool. What am I supposed to do with this information? There's no donut. It's on the outside of the map. Everything I said is a lie. I don't want to be like, go into the zone, check the closest wall that you spawn on, for the priest grave room. And then if that's there, then the den of the serpent priestess is on the outside somewhere. Like I think that's not the right way to try and figure out these zones. Unfortunately. I don't think they're so simple that you can just memorize specific spots for certain things. Oops. These zones aren't so simple that you can memorize specific spots for these things. You just have to figure out where they spawn in general, and then how to check for those things. But like, if we do this right now, and the troll room is on this corner again, I might be tempted to do that as our default approach to this zone. It's definitely not the same as last time. And we would have already found it.
Nowhere to run.
Well, we found kind of a donut. This is the troll room. On the longest dead end of all time. I may have actually been better off teleporting to the very beginning. I wonder if they're on opposite sides. Kinda isn't. It's kinda not what happened last time, right? It was kind of like Den of the Serpent Priestess bottom center, and then Troll Room in like the far right, or like the top right a little bit. Then again, if we run directly opposite to it and we find it, it almost does not get more directly opposite than that. What a layout. What a place. Not a huge fan of this place. The more difficult it is to tell from layout to layout, the less I like the zone.
Poking cloud.
How often does it work that if we just run perpendicular to the entrance, we find one of the rooms? I think 2 of the 3 or 4 layouts we've done, that did not work. This is kind of curving us around, but we may end up in one of the rooms eventually. Okay, that's the main objective. Let's see what happens if we go this way. Absolutely nothing. Cool. The thing is, if we do this in one of those layouts where the thing is, where the Serpent Priestess is in the center, this isn't gonna work. Like, what percentage of the time is that the case? I have no idea.
In my sights.
Is this the same as last time? If it is, we'll find the troll room here. Promising. Yep, troll room. Oh, castle. Basically, I'm rich. I'm even more rich. And did I mess up by not running directly along the wall? Maybe. But I did get an exalted orb out of it, which means I can actually exalt that gem, that jewel. Also turns out, no, I did not mess up by doing that. Ooh, exalted orbs. I'm rich as fuck. That's actually a banger jewel. Attack speed with bows, and accuracy with bows. Kinda sick. The damage with quarter staves is not so exciting, but, you know. It do be like that sometimes.
Poking cloud.
So this may be one of those ones where Den of the Serpent Priestess is on the the inside somewhere. One of the layouts I was worried about, basically. Which, maybe it's right here? Nope. If we find the two rooms are right next to each other, after all these runs, I'm probably just gonna say there's not really any rhyme or reason to getting through this place. Yeah, I did make a terrible mistake by not running along the top wall. There is way more up here than I expected. Alright. I still feel like we need to do more. Until we do find another layout. What's the plan with this character? The plan with this character is to get it to maps on Thursday of next week and then never play it again. Sorry, I just saw that. I don't know how long ago you sent it. But yeah, we're doing Act 3 today. Until however long it takes for me to get through the end like this. And then Thursday we're starting stream again with this character at the start of Act 1 Cruel. And then we're gonna blast through all 3 acts using the information that I've gathered from this week's streams. I'll probably end the stream when I get to the end game with this character, and then Friday will be launch day of Dawn of the Hunt, and so we'll start a new one and do it all again, and hopefully be able to get through all 6 acts in one go without actually wasting a whole ton of time. Because I think previously it's taken me like pretty much 2 days to get through all 6 acts on any fresh start situation. Or any, like, new character I've done. So, yeah. The frustration from that taking so long is part of the reason we're doing this right now. So yeah, it's starting to kind of look like the Den of the Serpent Priestess and the Tombs of the Priests, or whatever this troll room is called. Kind of on opposite sides of the zone. Though they're kind of placed nonsensically.
Choking cloud.
If I do play this character any more than like the Thursday of next week, then it'll probably turn into a Lightning Arrow Deadeye, but like I said, I don't really have plans to play this character all that much. I don't like my map with only lines? No, I don't. Well, no, I'd prefer it if it only had lines. If I could run in a straight line from one spot to the other, I'd be a very happy person. Like this. This is great. It's the troll room, though, so that means... also, this zone's kind of backwards compared to the last one we did. So she may be over here. An artifice orb. That'll go straight on my chest piece when I go back to town. Or whenever I go back to town. Val or no balls? Fuck. I yeeted my weapon. Damn it. Actually, we only lost... We only lost the suffixes, really. The prefixes were what mattered more. Yeah, I'm in the US. East coast of the USA.
Toxic rain.
This might be one of those layouts where it's on the inside. You hard at you in Belgium? Hell yeah, dude. Unfortunately, I don't really know anything about Belgium, but hell yeah. Actually, come to think of it, I think you might be the first viewer I know of that has been watching from Belgium. Had a lot of people from Germany, some from Bulgaria, some from I think Norway, if I remember right. But hell. Oh no, one from Switzerland. That's what I was thinking of, not Norway. Slightly different. We wanted primal armament like as soon as possible, because that's gonna be better than fire infusion. Nice and small, hell yeah. It beats having a country that you have to that you can't drive across in less than 24 hours.
Nowhere to run.
I recently moved from the south side of the east coast to the north side of the east coast. And my family had 3 cars that needed to go from the south to the north. And I drove all 3 of them. Man, did that suck. So yeah, this is not even on the opposite side of the map. From that checkpoint. One side to the other in like 4 hours, dear fuck. I think it took me longer to leave Florida than that. And I didn't even live on the south end of Florida. I was like the middle of Florida. And to get to the top of it was probably at least like, I mean, maybe it was like 4 hours. I don't even remember. It was way too long. The first time I did it, I drove with one family member and we did it non-stop, and it took 28 hours. We were just taking turns driving. It was a whole mess. I mean in Belgium, yeah. I was just thinking compared to how small that is compared to driving across the state that I was originally from. Drive 4 hours, it's that small. It's kind of nice though. Or it sounds kind of nice, like you can get to anywhere from anywhere without too much issue. Hell yeah. Man, this zone might just be fucked. Pretty large amount. The zone is pretty random. That's about all we can really say here. Like sometimes the two objectives are like directly opposite each other. Sometimes they're not, which means we really can't guarantee one way or another. What a bummer. I was really hoping we could get through that one quick. But for now... I forgot that waypoint is 15 miles from the rest of the town. Stun threshold for sure. One of the things that's going to be changed in the upcoming patch is it's going to be easier for players to get afflicted with ailments. So at some point, I'm probably going to prefer the ailment threshold, but in the current state of the game, ailments almost never happen. So I'm not that worried about mitigating them. Stuns are way more annoying. Alright, what's this? Zone number 4?
Toxic rain.
Let's unveil the whole thing and find out what happens. That was fast.
I suppose I should talk to Alva about this.
That might actually be the fastest I've found Alva. Have I noticed anything from Trump? I'm a very major not fan of the current government. I don't want to talk about it too much on stream, but oh yeah, it's having a very, very noticeable effect on even things we see from day to day. But yeah, I genuinely hate to see what's going on right now. And it is not much, but I'm sorry for my country. Sorry. But not genuinely, I would like to look into like more protests and stuff going on and actually attend some of them. If ever there was a time to, it kind of seems like now. Yeah. That sounds about par for the course. I think there's what, something like 11 billionaires in the the president's cabinet, or like the advisors and stuff. Secretaries and who what's it's kind of fucking wild.
Miasma.
But one thing I can say that's may not fix things right away, but it's at least a good sign. Is there have been a lot of people I've been hearing about that were previously like very hardcore Trump supporters who are seeing what's going on right now and being like, oh wait, this is actually fucking terrible. And considering how felt like that following can be, to see people kind of breaking out of it is a good sign. Like breaking out of it not only at all, but breaking out of it as quickly as this, because he's been in office for what, like 2 months? There are new elections in 2026, and there's already like a lot of things going on preparing for those, and like a lot of areas that were very, very heavily in his favor during the 2024 election are already like looking like they're gonna vote against him, or at least against his people in the upcoming election next year. So if they lose control of like Congress, then that'll put a bit more of a hamper on what the hell's going on with the president's office. But the question is how much can go wrong between now and then? Who knows? This is a bad room. There's a giant worm in there, and I don't like it. Kind of yucky looking. Cameral Wetlands. We're gonna grab the waypoint in here. Cameral Wetlands is like a relatively large zone, but it's quite a bit easier than the previous two zones. Like Infested Barrens is also like kind of a mess because it has quite a few different ways like it can spawn, I think. What's up with the KFC meat? Is it human meat or some shit? I don't know. I don't dislike KFC. The problem is it's just giga expensive compared to like a lot of other fast food restaurants. Well, do you have KFC in Belgium? Is it bad? The thing is, it's cheap. Fucking lucky. The thing I tend to hear about American fast food restaurants in Europe is that they're way better there than in the US. They don't go anymore because they say it's human meat? Damn. Brutal. I don't think it is, but you know, there was that big bird flu thing kind of at the start of the year, and they had to murder like what, 7 quadrillion chickens or something ridiculous. Who knows? Maybe they had to pad the stock somehow. Alright, so there's like 3 sections to this map, kind of. There's the first section, which is the greenery. The second section, which is the orange stuff. And then there's the third, which is the part after that. The second greenery, but this is kind of split up like that. Thing is, I don't know if you always need to go through the orange area to find Cameral Wetlands and Azak Bog. It would be nice if we did. As much as I want to not go through the yellow area because there's all those like antlions and stuff, the big roly-polies. I don't like running past them. I don't like dealing with them. But if this zone had that much logic to it, then it would be great. But Alva is along the kind of the outside wall opposite the yellow area. Let's see if that holds true.
Toxic rain.
What do you want to try in the US?
No fear, only precision.
In-N-Out Burger? Dude, I've never even seen an In-N-Out Burger in my entire life. I think the one I've wanted to try is Whataburger. That's another one I haven't ever like been in a place where it exists. Because they're not everywhere somehow. But I hear mixed reviews on both of them. Some people are like, this is the best shit I've ever had, and other people are like, this food is dog water. I don't know who to trust, so I can only trust myself when I finally do get my hands on some. Well, that worked. I wonder if this is the exact same as last time. One thing, it wasn't a particular restaurant that I wanted to try, but it took me the longest time to find it, but I really wanted chicken and waffles. Someone told me about it when I was like 16 or something. I was like mind blown because I was like, I had never thought of the idea of fried chicken and waffles together. And you fucking put the syrup on top of the fried chicken and put the fried chicken on top of the waffles, cut them up together, and eat them. And it took me at least 6 years to find some. And it took like a whole new restaurant chain entering my area that actually had some. And like I would go to festivals and town fairs and stuff, and I'd find places that sold chicken and waffles. And every time I went to go have some, they were out. It like there was like 5 separate times where I saw chicken and waffles and they were like, nope, we don't have any, sorry. Fresh out. And wouldn't you know it, it's fucking amazing. Anytime I see it anywhere, I have it now. Never tried before. If you ever get the chance, go to KFC and like hand make some waffles if you have to. I don't know why I didn't do that. But yeah, it's great. This was actually fantastic. Find Alva, take a 90-degree turn and go get both of the other doors. If that holds for different layouts, we're kind of in there, dude. Guess we're taking point blank. Oh no, stand and deliver. Basically point blank. Kind of see PoE1 slowly creeping in PoE2. Yeah, I wonder how much that's going to change in this upcoming patch though. I think the main reason that the game has gotten as fast as it has is because of how imbalanced things are. Particularly like Heralds and Hand of Wisdom in action. Giving people a lot of damage and a lot more clear speed. For basically no investment. Than was originally intended. So that stuff's all kind of getting smacked in 0.2. And so we'll have to find new stuff that's busted in the new uniques and the new abilities. Oh, saw lots of PoE1 uniques, gotcha. I think they do want some crossover there, especially with some of the more iconic stuff like Headhunter, maybe Mage Blood. Some of the League mechanics, like a lot of people are pestering, maybe not pestering, very, very vocally asking for the Blight mechanic to be added to PoE2. So I think they will kind of keep adding mechanics they've already made for the people that like those things, but they did say they do want to keep adding new ones too. So it'll be a kind of a mix. Boots with the face on them, Ralakesh. Yeah. Ralakesh is so good in PoE1. So we didn't actually go through the yellow area at all here. If we just keep following this wall, do we end up where we want to go? Troubled camp. Have it on your last 2 characters, yeah. There's a really interesting thing, or one thing I find really interesting about those boots is you get the benefit of those charges. But then you can also use any of the belts from Maven that give you alternate charges, like brutal charges, or I'm trying to think what the other ones are. But anyways, you use one of those belts and you can still build up the new charges and get the benefits of the original charges as well, which is like bananas. This will take us where we want to go. There's another like brand of this layout where Alva's on this side, like off to the left instead of to the right, and that's what I really want to see. If we can get that layout and still have our idea work, which it looks like this may be that one, then we'll call this place solved, I guess. But if we're here already, I may have made a mistake. But we trust the plan. Really wanted the crafting bench, but yeah. Yeah, I think runes will feel better when they have more runes. Which is something that is coming in the second update. And they said they want to keep adding more and more different runes and stuff. I think that's a problem that'll be solved with time. Because right now the runes definitely don't feel like a crafting bench replacement, but I think that's just because there's a lack of variety. Because you can get so much stuff from PoE1's crafting bench. Emerald Wetlands, we definitely went the wrong way. That means Alva's still over here. Yep. That means old Izak Bog should be up here. I think one of the things they said in the Q&A I thought was really funny, kind of in the same vein as the everybody's bad at PoE 2 statement, was maybe people would see, like, what if they had made a crafting bench in your hideout and just made the same enchants that runes have, but they cost runes. Like, it costs 1 rune to put 12 cold resistance on one of your pieces of gear. Would people perceive that as, like, similar enough to say, oh yeah, there's a crafting bench? But honestly, I think if we have a combination or like a selection of mods to put on through runes that rivals the crafting bench in Path of Exile 1, then runes are better than Path of Exile 1's crafting bench. Because runes don't take up mod slots. And you can also get up to 3 of them. Okay, if we're gonna do this one more time, and if we don't get the other layout, we're just gonna assume that it works the same in that layout. Because I don't want to spend forever here. Like, could you imagine in Path of Exile 1 a corruption outcome that lets you put a second crafted mod onto the thing. I mean, that wouldn't work because it's corrupted, but you know.
Toxic rain.
It would be bananas. And so here in PoE 2, that is a corruption outcome, and it works. Even while the thing's corrupted, you can still shift stuff around. Which you can kind of do in Path of Exile 1, it just costs Valors. At least for some stuff. Like socket counts and colors and stuff like that. So this actually is a slightly different layout. This goes way further out into the foresty area. Yeah, okay. So I think the assumption is the one has what, 3 sections? Section 1 is foresty and has Alba. Section 2 is like a barren and has doors to has 2 exits, let's say. One exit leads to the door of the Azak Bog. The other exit, not exile, leads to the door of the Kimmeral Wetlands. Following the wall of section 1 that leads away from the barren section always lead you to Alba, continuing to follow that wall will lead you into the barren section and directly to one of the exits. Directly to the other exits. Good enough? I think that's good enough. It would be better if the crafting was less casino and more self-crafting. That I agree with, yeah. I kind of wish Chaos Orbs were more... A, more common so you could use them more often. B, I wish there was more to do instead of Chaos Orbs. Or at least make them more deterministic. Like you can... Like essences exist, but you can really use an essence on an item 2 times. One to make it magic, and 1 to make it rare. And after you do that, that's it. If they miss, there's nothing you can do to redo them. I think that's kind of a bummer. So yeah, the more stuff they let us do while the item is already like full of 6 mods, the better. I guess the more they let us do to influence crafting while an item is already full of mods, it's like gonna make it feel a lot better. Because you're not stuck once your item is full of mods. Like you're not down to just Chaos Order. Or I guess once you're past 4 mods, right? Or even 3. But they've said they kind of want, like, actually another thing they said in that Q&A was they kind of want to keep adding more crafting systems with every league. That may not necessarily hold true in the early access, because right now they're just trying to get the game done. But like when they start doing challenge leagues regularly, it sounds like as part of the mechanics they add with each league, they want some form of way to influence crafting to be a part of that. So the worm tunnel was actually on the wrong side this time, but it still worked out if we followed the wall. Exact bug. This zone right here, very specifically, is one of the zones that made me want to do this entire run. Because this place I get lost in
I did not dock.
every time. And the thing is, it's not that different every time. The zone's just huge, and every time I have an idea of where I need to go, I doubt myself and I walk right around what I need to find. So this is one of the most important zones to me in terms of figuring out what's what.
In my sights.
It's kind of like there's two arenas here. One has a optional objective you can do that gives you more fire resistance, and speaking of fire resistance, that reminded me, gives you more fire resistance and like more item rarity, and then you can use that buff. You get that buff for the entire time you're in the zone, and so if you go kill the boss, if you go fight the boss after getting the buff, it's a lot easier than not having the buff. But the thing is, that arena and the actual boss arena don't actually spawn that far away from each other. It's just like not on the, neither of them are on the outside wall, and they're like diagonally apart from each other a little ways, like just far enough to where you can't really like see one from the other. So it can be really confusing to follow these bridges and stuff to get to the right spot. But I feel like at least 40% of the time I come through here, I've had to full clear it. There's a quest marker. I'm actually going to leave this undone for now.
Choking cloud.
Yeah, this zone is huge for like no reason. I think the boss is probably going to be like up there or over here. We're just like full clearing because that's been our usual mode of operation. You have a poison build on your last character in PoE1? It's Shadow? Hell yeah. Which Shadow Ascendancy you going? Actually don't remember what they are off the top of my head. Servant of Arakali? Poison is interesting in 2v1. The problem with damage over time in that game is there's a cap. You can only do so much damage per second with poison. Simply because the numbers cannot be any bigger. So really the measure of a good build is how quickly can it get to that point. And it's not a small amount of damage. But just the thought of it being capped is like kind of a bummer. You have no idea, you'll see if you get it to endgame? Hell yeah. I believe in you. So you're just YOLOing into it. I respect that.
I'll cut you down.
So another thing that I heard in the Q&A last night was, rather the Q&A that I finally watched last night, was Ziggy mentioned the common complaint, which I've mentioned myself a lot on stream, is that zones in the campaign particularly are too big. And a lot of people have that complaint for normal maps as well, but that hasn't bothered me so much. But map zones. I'm sorry, act zones are too big. And the dev's response to that was, if you think a zone is too big, that means we haven't put enough in it. And so I heard some people take issue with that response. And I feel like I kind of understand both sides. But I kind of still hope that if they do experiment with putting more stuff in the larger act zones, and then still hear people upset that they're so big, like they do go ahead and just make them smaller, because when I'm running through the campaign, my goal is not to explore and find things. Like maybe for the first time through, but the 30th time through, my goal is to not. My goal is to interact with as little stuff as possible before I get the maps. It's because anything you do in the campaign is gonna be like way better or way faster or way more efficient or whatever in maps. So the goal is always to get to maps as quickly as possible, and anything else that we can find in here is like kind of useless. So if there's like a shrine down here and like a strongbox up here and like an essence over here to fill out this zone and make it more quote-unquote interesting, it's gonna have exactly zero effect on how much I care about this zone, because all I care about is finding the objectives and moving along. Campaign becomes a speed run over time, yeah. And like it's cool for new players, and especially our first time through, to find all that. Oh, there's a shrine, or in PoE 1 there's that room in Act, what, 2? That has like a bunch of gems all over the floor. And you could actually get something that's like impossible for your class to get at that point, which I think is really nice. And I'm never upset when I accidentally walk into that room, but like, so I kind of see the value of them adding more stuff like this to fill out large maps like this one. But I also really do hope they don't dig their heels in and say we don't ever have to shrink them, because we'll just keep adding more stuff, because I'm not going to care about any of that stuff unless it's the main objective of the zone.
Choking cloud.
But I do also kind of understand. I feel like it's the same thing they were talking about with the crafting bench, where if they made the crafting bench just cost runes and have it work exactly the same way it works right now, people would be happier with it, because their perception is we have a crafting bench. So my perception may be off, which is why I'm kind of open to their original suggestion of let's just add more stuff. Like, I'm not outright against that approach, at least as a experiment. But I do hope they're willing to change their minds, basically. Level 10. Ooh. You two will get good. It's the start of the game, so I'm hopeful. Same. I agree. And they do have a fair amount of experience running games in the long term, so. It is what it is for now. I didn't even look at the level 10 gems. I probably should have grabbed Sniper's Mark. Oh well.
I'll cut you down.
Well, this is the full fucking map and I can't even fit it all on my screen. Oh yeah, good luck making heads or tails of that. So I guess we can say the Flameskin ritual is in the dead-ass center. I think it's pretty much always kind of like that. Wow, I hate this place. I guess another way to kind of describe where this is that it's on the very edge of the map. And it kind of has to be because all these little bridges and stuff are like so densely packed. There's no room for a giant circle arena. So it kind of has to be out there. But I think there have been some times where it's like on this side of the arena, and sometimes where it's on this side of the Flameskin ritual. Like, could vary from layout to layout. But I guess the main idea will be to try going directly, like in the same direction the door is pointing, to find the Flameskin ritual in the center, and then either check the same direction we were going, like in that direction, or so basically towards the top right wall or towards the top left wall, and see if that is the way that this place always... Oh, no, I don't want to do this yet. I wanted to do this first, so I have my fire resistance and my rarity. Oh, damn it.
This is not what I expected.
Okay, now we can fight the boss. And man, even with a scuffed bow that I valved and ripped, kind of, or like half ripped, our damage is pretty alright, I'd say.
Disgusting thing.
Wind Dancer is the one for us. It's a very good spell. More evasion rating per stage. It's a lot of evasion. Life lightning res and maximum mana. Could have been better. Anywho, I'm gonna go back to town and then we're gonna reset this zone and do it again. Except for the boss, we're not gonna bother with that. We're just gonna find the boss. Literally, if I can walk into that zone and walk into the boss like first try,
One don't eat anything.
even only like 60 or 70% of the time, that's gonna save me so much effort on so many campaign runs. It'll be unbelievable. Granted, I would like to get that every time, so I don't like running around that zone at all. But can only do what you can do, right? Not that one. This one. Running directly away from the entrance. Yep. Here's the quest. So then from here, it's either top right or top left. Does the checkpoint have any bearing on that? Last time it was on the top right, I think. Yep. This time it so happened to do that. What was that? 20 seconds? Compared to a 20-minute full clear of this place? Let's do it again. Was it really so simple this whole time? Yep. Which side is the checkpoint on? I think it's always on the right, isn't it? Not at all. Is there even a checkpoint near this place this time? It's on the top. That's a little non-committal. We'll try top left. If it turns out the boss is like directly above this this arena, I will be very pleased, but also very surprised. But I think we should look at it basically like if I run too far and I don't find the arena, we've gone the wrong way. It's not like the arena could be anywhere on this side and I have to check all of the directions. It's if it's not like right next to the flameskin ritual, then it's not on that side at all. Yep, the door to the arena is actually on the same side as the checkpoint. Directly above. I feel like... Oh, shit. I didn't grab the checkpoint at the start. I feel like I have to see the checkpoints be pointing to each other at least 5 times before I believe that it does that every time. There have been so many things along this campaign run that have kind of looked like they do that, but then ended up being like a coincidence that they did it so many times. But it's not impossible for them to put something like that. Like in PoE 1, there's definitely some hints in the campaign on certain zones for which way to go. Like one of them's Act 3, Lunar's Temple. Actually, Act 6, Lunar's. No, not 6. Which one is that? 8? Yeah, Harbor Bridge. Act 3 and Act 8, Lunar's Temple, you follow the rug in the first room, and it points you to the second room. And, what is it? The grain gate, you can follow the dead bodies through the doors to actually find the exit. Otherwise, that's also a massive zone. Yeah, where's the ritual? Don't do this to me. Okay, we found it. This is just a little off center this time. Honestly, layouts like this are probably what gave me so much confusion in previous runs. Because I'd be like running around this section. I'd be running around this section like, where's the ritual? It's always here. And then I'd run off down to the bottom and it's just not even in that same zip code. Check one more zone. Yeah, it's not. Almost certainly not over there. Could be up a little further to the left. Nope, that ain't it. I want to believe. Checkpoints don't fail me now. They're failing me. This is a dead end. So it's almost certainly not here. It probably wouldn't be this far from the Flameskin ritual. Unless... Nope. It could never be that easy, could it? Surely it's not right here, right? No, not at all. So yeah, I guess running to the right was a bad idea because that's running more towards the center of the zone, where, like I said, it's kind of unlikely that you'll find the boss room because there's just no room between all the other zones or the other little flat areas and bridges and stuff. So while we're looking for this place, it would kind of be better, more likely to succeed if we run towards the outside of the zone. Question is, where? All that I just said, watch it actually be right here.
Prepare yourself.
Definitely not right there. This pathway probably continues back to the beginning. So yeah, I mean, there's only one other option. And it's not here. We gotta go around. And around again. Okay, where is this boss room? Directly to the right. Well, kind of the top right. So it's not always 100% easy, but part of this was I checked too far away from the ritual. Like going way the hell up there was pretty unnecessary. Probably like by the time I got here and didn't see anything that looked like it would be the boss room, I should have gone looking for a different direction. I probably forgot to grab the checkpoint again. Yep. What time is it right now? It is 19:47, so almost 8 p.m. Let's actually grab the checkpoint this time. Man, I'm probably going to be doing this here in the future. What is it? Did tomorrow get started okay? I have to know. I worry. Look at that. Straight to the ritual. Unfortunately, that run did disprove the checkpoint conspiracy theory. We can no longer believe. 1247? Yeah. I feel like every once in a while I get to a point where I have like a pretty good idea of what time it is in different sections of Europe. Like, if I'm talking to European viewers, I tend to have a better idea of what's going on, just so I can be aware of what time it is for them. But then, like, after a while, or like when daylight savings time hits and the hours shift, it's fucking, it all flies out the window. I forget that so fast. I'm gonna game until 3 a.m. Hell yeah. It'll probably take me another 5 hours to get through this stuff, so if you want something for your other screen, I'll be here. Finishing Act 10 today? Hell yeah. I mean, a while ago you just gotten through Act 5, right? Or was it reaching Act 5? Running Act 5. I think 3 hours for Act 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is pretty good. Everyone has 2 monitors. Hell yeah. That's how it was here, at least with all the people I know in the US who are gamers. However, more and more often, more and more people I know are becoming ultra-wide monitor enjoyers, and I can't do it. I like having 2 separate, like, pieces of real estate that I can put different, like, windows on. And B, trying to game on ultra-wide with the, like, wrapping around in, like, the FOV shit. I've never had problems with motion sickness until I tried VR, and that. So, like, they're nice monitors and they're cool and everything, but I'd prefer to have 2 small ones. Or rather, 2 normal ones. I think I've gone too far here. It's probably in the top. Need it separate, yeah, for sure. Where's the boss? Is that it? No. No. Anytime I see a bridge, like a straight bridge in one of the cardinal directions, I get excited that that's the actual boss, and it's like not ever the case. Unless, was that it right there? Did I walk up to it and walk away from it? Hell yeah. Enjoy your potty break. Also, I did walk up to the boss and walked away from it. This could have been over in 20 seconds again. So it's not impossible. Actually, are there any other, like, 4-way crossroads that are not the boss? There's that one. That has a curved one. Hell yeah. Potty time is sacred. We'll do one more. We have the general idea of this zone. I just need to get better at identifying what's where. It's not right on the other side of this bridge. Yeah, that's definitely not play. This might be the farthest the ritual has been from the entrance this whole time. I think this is it. No. Just double check. No, definitely not there. On the plus side, when we do find the Flameskin ritual, we can almost definitely say the boss is not over here. That kind of rules out one of the 3 directions we have to check. There's that. So it's actually way closer than I thought. So meaning, if we get this far even, and we don't see it, we should stop checking that direction. Means boss is probably over here somewhere, or up. I'm grossly overestimating the amount of space I need to check for stuff here. This looks promising. I've been lied to. We're checking this bridge right here, because it kind of also looks... But I was wrong. Wait. No, this won't be it either. I saw the crossroads and I got excited, but there was just not enough room for that. Was I wrong? Is it on the right side still? And I just walked away right as I found it? Seems to be par for the course here. This has to be it, right? Correct. Let's go. I also forgot to get the checkpoint again. Ugh. I still feel like we need to do this like 2 or 3 more times. It's really not a zone we have to run through all that much. Or rather, not a zone we have to explore all that much. I just need to get better at seeing. the things that I need to see to call it, to find the right thing. So bridges in cardinal directions is not a bad way to tell where the boss is. Just not a very high success rate, because there's so many bridges. Some of them are bound to be in cardinal directions, you know? That is not terrain.
Toxic rain.
So we're gonna not wander quite so far from the start before fanning out for the ritual arena. Honestly, this is probably far enough. Actually, this might be too far this way. Maybe it might be right there. Where the hell is it? I'm like almost certain it's not down here, right? There's no way. The original strategy has been to run directly away from the start to find the ritual. And it's just like a little ways off to the side sometimes. But it's just not cooperating. It's being just a little too far for me to tell which way is correct and which way is not. Watch it be like right here. It's not accidental boss room. Okay, dude. So it's not in a straight line by any means, but it is also not very far from the spawn. I wonder if that means boss is over here. Oh, it's up there. We would have seen it. Could be, but it's not. I think we've gone too far once again.
In my sights.
Double check this bridge here. Think the fuck not. Certainly not that one.
I'll cut you down.
think running into the center of the map was a mistake. Running down here would have been better. Okay, not there. This has to be it. There's nowhere else, right? No. Alright, at this point we're just going to the very edge of the map. I gotta be certain even. And move speed. Bummer. 15 when? I wonder if it's up here. Like, maybe I wasn't wrong to go that way. This is kind of leading back to the very beginning. I doubt they would want to put the boss that close. So maybe my initial assumption of it being top left or top right is... Or I guess upwards direction is maybe the correct one? I don't know if I can think of a time where I've seen the entrance to the boss be straight down. Or like any downward angle. This is the problem with this place, man. It feels so simple. Like, sure, boss always near is near flame skin ritual even. Flame skin ritual always near spawn, but then you actually get here and start looking around and trying to discern where this shit actually is like impossible. We had one time where I ran the correct direction to the Flameskin Ritual and then the correct direction to the boss. And it was beautiful. But we haven't been able to do that since. So I have now spotted just about everywhere on the outside of the map. On this side with the Flameskin Ritual. This is the only section left, and I'm really not optimistic about the boss being here because it's so close to the beginning. So this may be a layout where the rules are broken, and they're just on opposite sides of the map. So I guess knowing that this is a possibility is important. And we can kind of identify that this layout's weird because the Flameskin Ritual is so far out of line with the waypoint. This is definitely a very smooshed layout. But actually, I've done pretty much every outside area over here. Did the boss just not spawn? Is that what's going on here? If it is, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Now that I'm looking at it, we have almost this entire place. I guess there's up here. There's over here. Honestly, I kind of hope the boss didn't spawn. And that's the only way, like, a bugged layout is the only way we get something like this. But I'm not optimistic that this game is so nice. This is looking like a boss room. Yeah, okay. It's just a troll layout. So that thing I said about no entrances to the boss that go straight down, this was disproven. Although this is still up and to the right, technically speaking, from the entrance. It's just way farther up to the right than literally any other layout we've ever seen. Meaning we need to do it a couple more times still. As much as I'd like to move on, this is like, if there's a zone I spend a huge amount of time on, I want it to be this one because there's such a major difference in a fast clear and a slow clear in this place, due to the size and how few objectives there actually are. I believe I've already gone the wrong way. But yeah, maybe we continue to only check upward directions from the Flameskin ritual. Okay, there's that. Finally something relatively according to plan. I think even though the checkpoint isn't really guaranteed to point the correct direction, I think checking that way may actually save us time on some runs. Maybe it only points some of the time. And that some of the time may just mean coincidence. But I want to believe still.
No mercy.
I was kind of hoping to wrap around to other directions, but this is like the biggest separation of the rest of the zone ever. It's a big old donut. Wouldn't you know it though? Here we are. So not the fastest, but not the slowest either. I guess I could have continued this way and just tried to wrap myself back towards the kind of the central area, away from the waypoint. Yeah, this is another layout where it's kind of not really lining up the way it does in a lot of the other ones. That's the wrong way. Like the Flameskin ritual was not quite centered on the checkpoint, or the waypoint for that matter.
Face me. That's quite nice.
Alright, we got there. I hate getting chased down by rares. I just want to explore. This is kind of already going downwards. Please summon the wall, thank you. I'm kind of trying to wait and see if it wraps around like this. So I don't have to backtrack and I can keep checking areas, even if we are a lot farther from the flame skin ritual than I would expect we have to go. And it worked out. That was actually, for the way this layout is shaped, this was kind of the perfect run. The only way it could have been a little better is if I turned northward a little faster. Alright. I think I've had enough of this place for right now. This place fucking sucks. But we can say the Azak Bog. Flame skin ritual is usually centrally located. You can often find it by running directly away from the waypoint. And exploring. We'll just say that by running directly away from the waypoint. The boss room is rarely far from the flame skin ritual. And as far as I've seen, we've done what, like 10 runs? Something ridiculous like that? I don't think I've had to run down from the flame skin ritual a single time, other than like this one. We had to run down a little bit to get around, you know? But the boss room is still kind of above the ritual. And I have not seen it spawn south of the ritual at all. Not ever seen it spawn south of the ritual. Can sometimes be pretty far from the ritual. But check all upwards directions. I guess upward directions first. It's probably about the best we can do. But now we get ourselves a little bit of a break. Because Cameron Wetlands is not bad at all. There's a little bit of variance to it, I think, but not a whole lot. But speaking of breaks, I need to get up and stretch my legs because it's been like 3 hours since I did that, and that's not healthy. So, appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I'll be back in like 5 to 10-ish minutes, and we will continue bashing our brains against these layouts, trying to figure out shortcuts. Yeet. Alright, friends, we're back. Sorry for that. Got a little bit of food. Used the body. Walked around a little bit. We're good. We're good. So. Kimmeral Wetlands. Even though I pretty much have a good idea of this place, we are going to full clear it as usual. Usually what it is you go kind of run along the outside and just find everything, because Temple of Chaos is there, and usually I think actually if you're looking for Temple of Chaos you have to run the outside, but if you're not looking for the Temple of Chaos right away, then you can just go on the left side, and then that'll get you to the Chimera faster. So like if you're doing a second character, you can go left, but if you're doing your first character, you gotta go right, because the Temple of Chaos is tucked in some of these like Aztec-looking buildings. And I have yet to really see a layout that varies too greatly from that. If I don't end up connecting back to here and there, when we get to the end, I'll just teleport back with the waypoint. Starting to think I should check this area down here first so we don't have to backtrack too much. This might just be like a little side area that has nothing in it, and we did right by skipping it. Or this leads us to the Chimera faster. Who knows? This is following that left wall, like I said. Or is this looping all the way back to the start? Hello?
That's quite nice.
Well, at least now we won't have to teleport back with the checkpoint. Or at least we won't have to explore after doing that, but we will have to go to the waypoint to reset. Honestly, this is a lot more connected to the very beginning than I thought. I kind of thought this was like a big, a big backwards sea or something. So if we just go left and end up walking into the Chimera first thing, that's kind of nice. So if we walk into the Temple of Chaos over here, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's the other side of that thought process. Okay. No Temple of Chaos. No Chimera. What about here?
Stay dead.
Yeah, it looks like one of his pillars. Kinda don't want to do Chimera first, if I'm being honest. I guess we should. We're here.
Toxic rain.
We may as well. Oh no, it's Temple of Chaos. What the fuck? We should walk in there and grab the waypoint. Well, I got my wish. We did not do Chimera first. Can't say I've seen that, but this is the whole reason we're full of clearing these zones. Now we know that's a possibility. There's the plant room. It's just like a mini boss in there, or like a rare, if that even counts as a mini boss. You mean to tell me I turned around right as I got to the Chimera? This also leads in there. Turns out no, it's definitely still a ways away from the boss. Aha! Nope, it's still not him. I didn't even know there was a camp here. Okay. I don't even want to believe it this time. Okay, no, that's definitely him. We'll go clear out this section first. this is pretty much the entire zone. As you can see, it's huge as fuck. But yeah, it's pretty simple. All the objectives are kind of just on the back wall. So whatever side you pick, you just pick one, and then follow that outside wall until you find all the objectives you need. I think most of the time Chimera is on the left and Temple of Chaos is on the right. So if you're looking for one or the other, you take the one that most often appears, where the one you want appears most often on. So like, if you need Temple of Chaos, go right every time. If you need Chimera, if you don't care about Temple of Chaos and all you want is Chimera, you just go left. And even if you find Temple of Chaos, you just chalk it up to bad luck. Just keep going around because that's ultimately going to be the fastest way to get you there. Although, I wonder, like, if you're in Temple of Chaos right here, would it be faster to go around it like that? Or teleport back here and go up like this? If there is one that's faster, it's probably the Temple of Chaos route. But that's strictly Temple of Chaos to Chimera, not the grand total of Waypoint to Temple of Chaos to Chimera. That would be way longer. But by the time you find Temple of Chaos, it's a little too late to prevent that one. So, yeah.
Miasma.
I don't really feel the need to repeat this one. It's pretty much always like that. I'd say the one thing I know now is that the beginning, you can go left or right. I kind of assumed you always had to go right. I forgot I needed to break the pillar. I don't like the whole... Wait, I can't ignite the pillar. What the fuck? You just gotta kill it with the direct damage from gas arrow. Tragic.
This key could come in handy.
Emerald wetlands. Follow the outside wall to either the left or the right, depending on which objective you need more. If you need Temple of Chaos, go right. If you only need Chimera, go left. It's not guaranteed to give you what you want first. You're not guaranteed. Find what you want first. But most often. But it should work out most of the time. Jiquani's Machinarium. We're what? Almost 4 hours in. We've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zones, and we're basically skipping Kinro Wetlands because I've never had a problem here, really. So there's this one, and then there's the Inner Sanctum. The the small soul core is either directly left or directly right. And when you get close to it, it makes a noise. Like a very faint wow. So you just run around till you hear that. But I suppose, as per usual, we should still full clear this place. But in different layouts, the small soul core could be on the left or the right. It's not guaranteed to be on the same side every time. What in the dead ends? Relatively simple.
As I expected.
Don't know why they bothered putting the voice line for like, oh, the statues woke up, when we've been fighting woken up statues this whole time.
That hasn't been looted? This mechanism.
I think there's a total of what, like 4? At least 3, if not 4, soul cores in this this section. One is for the exit, one is for Blackjaw, and one is for the treasure room. But I think there might be 2 treasure rooms. I don't really remember. I remember thinking there was only 3 for the longest time, but then I feel like last time I came through here I saw there was another one. But I don't really remember then why. There is a soul core nearby. Number 3. Should be all of them, meaning when we find the treasure room, we should be able to open it. Not that I expect to get anything good out of it, but, you know, boxes are boxes, I guess. Here's Blackjaw. Kind of on the outside. I think he usually is on the outside somewhere. I don't think I've ever seen him in the very middle of the zone. Hopefully he doesn't dunk on me. Have kind of a mixed record against Blackjaw.
From above.
It's actually never a bad idea to be far away from him when he does that. If you're far enough, none of his fire attacks work. Works for me, boss. So that doesn't really go anywhere. Is it possible to skip the tunnels entirely? Kind of looks like it. At least up to this one. Or at least right there on that tunnel. Because you need to get to the end of the tunnel, but you also... There's like cave-ins all over the place. Which you must go around. Okay, so there were only 3 soul cores.
Sessions don't interest me. But perhaps this will be put to good use.
Hmm. So I guess if we just go straight back as far as we can, avoiding the tunnels as much as we can, for as long as possible. When we finally can't avoid the tunnels anymore, we should be at the end. Problem is finding Blackjaw, because he'll be either on the top left or the top right. I'm sorry, on the bottom left or the top right. So we kind of have to check one on our way there, and then if he's not there, hoof it to the other side, I guess. Gonna grab the waypoint from the sanctum and then go back. Still no checkpoint here, by the way. Again. Heard it. It's here.
Rain.
Are these crystals alive?
I guess one way to think of where to cross to find Blackjaw, if he is on the opposite side of us, is if we find a like a top right to bottom left crossing in this tunnel. That's probably about the middle of the zone. So we're finally out of the first one. We're not going to be giving the time of day to any tunnels. So how's it going? It's going. We kind of phoned it in for Kimura Wetlands. We full cleared the map once and moved on because I think I have a pretty good idea of it, and it doesn't really change too much. But this zone and the other one, the next one, I'm a little worried about. Mostly because of the random locations of the soul cores. Because they can pretty much be anywhere, so it's kind of hard to speed your way through them. But this one I already found that you can pretty much ignore tunnels entirely, as long as you find the things you need. That'll be a good speed up, I think, in its own right. You crashed? Oh, damn, really? My condolences. Did you try turning it off and on again? I guess you tried turning the game off and on again. Can I cross back here? I can, but only because we need to go find Blackjaw. PC was overloaded. It do be like that sometimes. Do I have to? I do have to. So I heard the jingle for a soul core, but I'm not gonna go get it. Ow. Need a new one. The constant struggle of keeping an up-to-date PC. Or when I was farming Legion in Legacy of Frisia, my shit was getting slammed. So there's no more way to avoid the tunnel, which means we should be right at the end, which, yes, we are. Crazy what we need for a game to function, alright. In fairness, there's kind of a lot going on in games these days. I'd like to see a Nintendo 64 deal with a fucking breach in PoE 2, you know? So yeah, this idea worked pretty much perfectly. If we had gotten Blackjaw here on this side, we could have very easily gotten right to the end without exploring any more tunnels. Just 20 years ago, we needed Windows 98. True. It's crazy how far things have gone, how quickly. We'll do one more, just to see if we can get Blackjaw on the top side, because I think that's the easiest. Now we need an NASA PC to run games. Yeah, at least the NASA PCs don't take up the entire room anymore. There's that. Starting to think the soul core is not on this side. The faster we make that decision, the faster we get to the correct side, but if we make it too fast, we'll end up having to backtrack a second time to go find it. I didn't hear the jingle. What the hell?
Toxic rain.
That is toxic. Exit tunnel as soon as possible. Search for soul cores. It's probably back to a tunnel. No? I'm gonna assume it cannot be done there. Owie. Casual prismatic ring. Sick. Doesn't have nothing on it. Oh, hello. I heard it. Not worried about essence at all right now. As much as we're supposed to avoid tunnels, this side area kind of ends. Also, definitely no sign of Blackjaw there. And only one soul core. Followed by the most useless room imaginable. So I guess if we get to the end of that, we're kind of guaranteed to be at the end of the zone. Like if we double check up here. This is probably the exit door. Yeah. So I think any time we run out of space and we're forced into a tunnel, that's the end of the zone. So if we are trying to find Blackjaw, we have to backtrack a little bit and then look for, like I said, the top right to bottom left crossing of a tunnel. And Blackjaw will probably not be far behind, not be far from there. Case in point, here he is. But we do still need to find one more soul core. Which, yeah, there's probably two in this section somewhere. Yep, I just heard another one. Down there. But again, Blackjaw is not guaranteed to be on this side. I don't know if he's guaranteed to be on the opposite side of like the main body of the zone that's not in tunnels. Like, I wonder if, like, when Blackjaw's on the top, this kind of area is on the opposite side. I don't know. But I also don't want to run this zone again. Because I have a pretty good idea for it. It's just, if we go and we find Blackjaw on the side we're running through, great. If we don't find him, we just cross over. Like, that's all we need to know. Looks too much what now? Takes up too much of the screen, you mean? it's a little bit of pain in the ass, but it's just so we can study, basically. Most of the time I'm actually looking at that map instead of looking at what my character's doing. Don't put it in D-line form. That has actually helped me in at least one scenario. In Draven's Tomb in Act 1, some of the walls look different. And the walls of his boss room look different, so you can identify where he is by looking at that. And like maybe it would still work if I had the terrain hidden, like just showing the lines. Because the lines of the room are slightly different, but I feel like it's easier if I have the whole thing. And I've always had the graphics on that. Even the whole time I've played PoE 1. Yeah, no. It's like, is it landscape transparency? But I'm so used to it. Thank you for letting me know, though. It's all good. Chiquani's Machinarium. Avoid tunnels as much as possible. Okay. Room 1. The Soul Core. I don't feel like it's a helpful thing to write. The Soul Core is either on the left or the right. Jingle. Avoid tunnels as much as possible. When you run out of side rooms and are forced into a tunnel, you should be right by the exit. Bring the controller KBAM combo to life. 3.0 update PoE 2. Yeah, I heard that. Or the 0.3. The dynamic switching. Does that mean you could do local co-op with both keyboard and mouse? That'd be nice. I don't even know if it's restricted like that. Like, maybe they already can, but I do know you have to log out if you want to swap input methods, because I don't like playing on controller, but I have used the controller to like test stuff for videos. Search for soul cores the whole time you're running. If you don't find Blackjaw in main section you're exploring, look for a top left, top right, the bottom left. Tunnel crossing. Should be in that in the section you reach. On the other side. Yeah, alright. I could write more about the soul cores being on that side too, but whatever. I'll probably remember that. Thank you, KBM and controller, too, if I want to sit back in gamer. Yeah. gamer pose. Just nothing wrong with playing on controller. I just am too used to mouse and keyboard. So Jaquania's Sanctum. I don't know if we're really going to be able to get anything out of this place. The shape is pretty much always the same. The randomness about it is where the hell the cores spawn. There's a little bit of randomness in how the two sides connect, because the two sides are very distinct. And so there's a generator on each side, and then like a bunch of rooms in the middle with like specific connections that kind of change from layout to layout. And you kind of have to go around those rooms a lot of the time to get to the other generator. And the soul cores are just kind of wherever. You're used to controller because PlayStation all your life. That's fair. Only last 5 years on PC. Yeah, for a lot of my early life, it was mostly PlayStation as well. But I think I got my first gaming PC. I guess I got into World of Warcraft like, what? I want to say 2008 or something like that. When was... Okay, here's the question. When was Wrath of the Lich King? Released November 13th, 2008. So I actually got into World of Warcraft probably early 2008 or like late 2007. And I was using like a normal home PC for that. The home PC of the time, so it wasn't like very much. So yeah, that's when I started gaming on PC, but then I got a gaming laptop several years later. Probably 2012. Spent the majority of my gaming ever since. So a lot of the times it's best in this zone to check the very front wall. Because I've seen a lot of soul cores spawn right in there. This is the central area, we shouldn't even be here yet. Sometimes the soul cores do spawn in here, or like one or two, or one or both of them. Which, considering we didn't have a soul core spawn over here, kind of think there is one up here, but we'll check all the way on the outside first. I heard it. Huzzah. I heard the other one too. Unless it's the same one playing over again. But I don't think they do that. It's kind of like if you hear it the first time. If you don't hear it the first time, you don't get to hear it ever. So this is pretty convenient, all things considered. Totally beats wandering around, wondering where the hell these things are. But we have the checkpoint for that generator already. So we'll run to the other one, put the soul core thing in, and then... and then teleport to the other one using the checkpoint. Missed. No.
Powering up an ancient generator. What could go wrong? I don't trust them. Let's keep moving.
Over here. And wouldn't you know it, there's no checkpoint by the waypoint in the main boss room. So we have to teleport to town, use the waypoint to get to the boss room. And the funny thing is, the red electricity juice doesn't actually go to the boss room instantly. It simply travels and takes its sweet time, whether you're there or not. So we have to sit here and wait. You can hear it, kinda. I thought you could.
The largest soul core I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Guess we could power the mechanism in the water. There is still
If only someone put the stuff in the generators. So Jiquani Sanctum. Zone. There's one. 2. Your left and right half. 1 soul core. And 1 generator
soul core is
on each side.
Why don't you do the honors?
The soul cores are either on the outside walls or in the section or in the rooms or in the small rooms that separate the left half from the right half. In the middle. That's about all I really have to say about that place.
Oh dear.
The hard part's finding the soul cores, like I said,
That giant construct.
and there's not really too much rhyme or reason to which one's where.
Choking cloud.
Gimme, gimme, it's mine.
Now the core is mine. This holds great power.
We do need to ascend still, but I'll probably do that after I... Oh, that was a fun helmet, I just realized. Radiant Grief. What this means is we don't have to use Flame Wall anymore. If I can stand the loss of 12 intelligence, which I cannot. I'm at 41, what do I... Oh, I can't stand the loss of however much dexterity I lost. What is my intelligence requirement right now? I knew which buttons opened which fucking things. Gas arrow also requires 83. Okay, well, I think I have 1 point of intelligence that we can swap over.
One must always be willing to change.
Yeah, it's better. I'm not gonna throw that helmet away yet. But now, it's another zone that doesn't really change all that much. And that is not the Infested Barrens, but the Matlin Waterways. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same every time. You just have to run 10,000 miles to get to the end. Fuck.
Here goes nothing.
Let's try this helmet out, shall we?
Choking cloud.
Perfect. It does have fire resistance on it. Just more than I can say for that one. Only problem is the gas doesn't really spread out because it blows up so quickly. But I think that's fine.
If only the Val lasted half as long as their contraptions. That's quite nice.
There's no shortcuts here whatsoever. To my great chagrin. Yeah, this is way less clunky than dropping flame wall to try and ignite the enemies inside the gas cloud before the gas cloud dissipates. Dear fuck, I wish I could speak English. We missed the checkpoint right there, but I didn't want to accidentally start the little hut side of it. I think Val City I'm probably not really gonna rerun a whole bunch of times. Not Val City, but just whatever the drowned city is. I think things are pretty static there as well. Like there's slight differences in where exactly the exit is. But I think generally the lava zone is kind of in the bottom center or like bottom left. And the exit's gonna be in the top right. But that zone is so big that testing that over and over again is going to be a massive pain. So if we see it 1, maybe 2 times be according to my expectations, then I'm just going to say it's good. But the first time I ran through that zone, I think I was literally in there for an hour. But it's another one of those ones where your first character through the campaign in a league will have to spend a little longer in there than a secondary or further character, I suppose. Because you have to do the lava zone in order to unlock the enchanting table, or whatever they call it, the reforging bench. But once you have the reforging bench in a league, you don't have to re-unlock it on future characters. But honestly, you could choose to skip it for a while. It's not exactly something you need right away. Usually I tend to go do those things as soon as possible, just because I don't like leaving them behind. So that's probably what I'll do on Dawn of the Hunt Day. "20 levers later." It's not over there.
Toxic rain.
This little area is usually a good sign you're close to the end. But still a little bit to go. There we are. The big kahuna. 4.5 hours later, we finally got done the Matland waterways.
Done.
It opens the map so you can see the water draining off the map because there's a little animation for it. It got skipped that time somehow though. Well, I guess we have what? Drowned City, Apex of Filth, Temple of Kopek. What's the city's name? Utsal? The Itziri's Parade Grounds. And then, what was it, the Black Sanctum? Doriani's Science Lab, so that's 6 more zones. And a lot of these, again, are not terribly varied. I don't think we're going to have to spend as long on any of them as we did in the first half of Act 3. So we may be through this faster than I expect. Maybe only like 2 more hours, hopefully.
So this is what the Val were capable of.
Especially now that we have Radiating Faith, or whatever the unique is. Radiant Grief, even. Now that we have that,
I recommend
our combat's a lot faster. Can I get a rare, like a single rare, please? Nope. That one might be alright. I need to regal and exile that.
Good luck.
Nature has reclaimed the city.
Alright, so instead of going up to the right, which is what I would normally do, we're gonna go down to the left because I'm pretty sure that's where the treasury area is, or whatever it's called. Down to acceleration and then up to the bow stuff. Just kidding, this is not where that is. Oh yeah, I forgot about the lava place, so that's 7 zones. But again, that place is hardly a mystery. It's just a run to the end. Because there's a big track that tells you where to go. Hello, drowning orb? Go away. I wonder, with specters being a thing in the game now, or in 0.2, I wonder if drowning orbs work on enemies. Could you imagine if you could drown the final boss, like the apex boss? The pinnacle boss, whatever his name is. I believe this is not the correct spot. This is just a distinct spot that you can also see in the previous era. That also looks exactly like this, with exactly nothing in it. Except, like, trees and stuff. Been so long since I went looking for this thing. Is it right there? I suspect probably not, but I feel like we need to go see. I'm like, rich.
Now this will come in handy.
Absolutely not over there. Okay. Well, we'll come up here then. Aha! No, wait. It's one of those houses, isn't it? Yeah, just a random ass house. I ain't bothering with that. Like, surely this vault thing has to be, like, on the outside of the map somewhere, right? Is it actually, like, top center from the entrance?
Choking cloud.
Nope. I'm pretty sure it was in the first half. Maybe I'm wrong. You put those orbs away. So I think we can say with quite absolute certainty that it is not actually in the first half.
Crawlers.
I feel like the campaign is slow in PoE2. I feel like part of it is just people not having knowledge, myself included. Because like when I'm running through the campaign because of how in PoE1 because of how many times I've done it, there's like little tricks I know to get through it faster. And PoE2, in addition to having really large zones like this one in the campaign. And the fact that I know nothing about them, it does make it quite a bit slower, but that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. To clear up some of the knowledge gaps as well as we can. It's really too big. I don't know what they're thinking they can stuff in here to make it not feel too big, but I hope they figure out that it's too big very soon. But like after the first couple times I ran through here, I'm able to get through it relatively easily. Like I know the entrance is in the far left, the exit's in the far right, and you have to get through this little swarming area first to get to the end. So like I know that much, and it's just pretty easy to remember. But since I've only had to do the Val Golden guy once, I don't remember where he spawns at all. If it wasn't random, it's okay, but yeah. I think that's kind of a bigger issue with the earlier maps in Act 3. This one, again, I don't really have too much problem with. I just don't like how big it is. At least I don't have too much problem with the randomness. It's just actually not that random at all. But even without randomness, it does take a while to get through because it's so fucking big. It shifts around a little bit, but like the general idea is still the same. It's not like sometimes the exit's in the bottom right or like the far right corner. And sometimes the exit's in the top and you have to run from each side to really like check. Like you're not gonna get RNG'd out of a quick run because the exit's not where it's supposed to be. It's just how is the zone lined up between the entrance and the exit to get you there. And for the most part, I don't think that's too bad either. Like, sometimes there's bridges. Like, I think usually you have to go across a bridge, and then you have to go up, and then you find the swarming area, and then you go farther to the right. Like, I think that's the general rule I follow for getting through here. It's just a question of where those bridges are and how they're lined up, and how far away the swarming zone is, and yada yada yada. how many damn drowning orbs we walk into on the way, that also makes things a little annoying. Is this it? This looks like it. Okay. So like now we know. What is this place called? Molten Vault is in the second half after the swarming grounds, whatever they call that. Up to the left. The exit's like over here somewhere on the bottom. Well, on the bottom right. I'm not gonna speak to Oswald. I'm not gonna go in there yet either. I'm gonna run down here, find the checkpoint. I'm also gonna find the waypoint to the next zone. So that whenever I'm done here, I can just be like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Because when I decide I'm done here, I'm not gonna want to spend any more time here at all. It's almost definitely not here. This might be too far. I think it might be this one. But I'm gonna try this one because it looks big and wide, and that's where all the stairs, like the stairs are big and wide too. Oh, that was correct. So yeah, like I said, far right corner, bottom rightish area. A little annoying, but not terribly different from just about any layout ever in that place. My big problem was remembering where the hell the Molten Vault is. Now we got a waypoint. I think what I'll do is I'll go do Molten Vault, figure out what I need to there, and then reset this zone when we're done there and run through it again. Just to show how directly we can run here. And also double check, I guess. Nice of him to risk my neck. That's a good way to phrase that. Ranger. Round City. Molten Vault. The apex of filth. But we'll write about Drowned City later. Next is Molten Vault. Which I don't think we're going to have much to say about Molten Vault either. It's just run along the track. There's no shortcuts. Not a whole lot of sideways to get distracted either, I don't think. Like maybe some because you do have to walk away from the track because it's blocked, but like you can pretty easily follow that you need to walk as close to the track as possible at all times if you're trying to get through it in a hurry. There you go.
Another ancient contraption. Choking cloud.
I don't have a lot of those. Does that continue? No. Okay. So this is one of them. I'm pretty sure we'll have the damage for the boss, like I'm not terribly worried about that. But this boss is probably the most direct DPS check in this entire game. Is that going to be a dead end? Yes. No way in hell am I full clearing this place. I already know what's going on here. I try to make sure I do full clear things, yeah, even if I know them,
Is this fool?
just to make sure I really do know what I know, because you never know what you don't know till you find out you don't know it. So sometimes, or most of the time, I like to check on these things, but this is like so obvious, I'm just not even gonna bother. I have a skip one. Don't mind me. Casual empty jewel socket. Come on, buddy. No, you know what? True. No, thank you. Whee! So he's weaker outside of the gold. He runs back to it once in a while. But you absolutely must drag him back out. He also hurts like hell, and the lava hurts like hell. So even if you're like giga strong and you're dumpstering him, and he just happens to run back in there before you finish him off, do not run in there after him. It will kill you. It's like really bad. I had a moment of hubris that ended very poorly for me when I ran into that lava to chase him down. It was very bad. I died so fast. Come on, buddy. How'd you go?
Toxic rain.
It's kind of creepy, honestly. The bossa knows your name.
Now this will come in handy.
I want that. Alright. Plenty of time. So now, if this were a league start, we could, we would have the reforging bench. Let's go turn that in. I don't think I had to pick anything up, or if... No, I did pick it up. Yeah, it was something he dropped. Here you go, Oswald. You're welcome. Don't bother giving me anything useful, right? Oh, wait. I didn't rip my bow. It got an extra socket, and I didn't see it this whole time. Shit. Whoops. For ya. How about gold res? I thought I re-rolled all the suffixes because I didn't see any change and I didn't remember what suffixes were on there. Cool. 9 to 11 cold. Didn't really get anything else. I mean, 68 to 103. Without quality, it still beats my current bow. Oh no, we got hybrid percent fizz. We just didn't get any flat fizz to multiply it with. I should probably honestly upgrade to that. We won't have 3 sockets anymore. We won't even have 2. Maybe we wait until I get a second one. Also throw that in there. It's an old helmet, but I don't want to get rid of it yet. Alright, drown city, because I'm not running down those stairs again. Magma Molten Vault. Follow the lava trough as closely. Closely? Yeah, that's correct. As possible. Don't get distracted inside rooms. So Drown City, we're gonna write run far right. Run to the far right corner. Maybe run directly right until you find, was it the swarming grounds or something? Point of interest. We'll change the name when I see what it actually is. We could also say like top center or like top corner. It's like, if we think about it as a diamond, it's like in the kind of in the top, but whatever. Same with Apex of Filth, it would be in the far right corner, but it's like we're looking at it like a rectangle instead of a diamond. It's like in the bottom right. Anyways, you get the idea. We go this way.
Choking cloud.
This has worked for me pretty much every time. As I say that, run square into a dead end. Look. But there's a breach. It's okay. All according to plan. Wait, that is a bridge. Does this bring us there, or are we going the wrong way? I think this is correct. It is correct. What's this place called? I guess I could check the main map. Or can I? Guess not. The world may never know.
Toxic rain.
Molten Vault would be up there. If I go inwards too early, is that going to cause problems? Or should I go like straight down right the entire way? Fine. Kind of like the idea of going straight down right the entire way, if we can. Oh no, this is as straight down right gets. Which means we need to go directly right into the corner. Leave me alone. Yeah. I guess if you see this little curvy beveled corner or whatever it is, that's the right spot. When looking for the Apex of Filth, curvy corners mean you're in the right spot. It's actually kind of good information to have, honestly. I will not forget curvy corners, I don't think. Alright. Apex of Filth has some tricks to it as well. It is also a huge zone. And I was lost in it for a solid probably 2 hours my first time through. However, subsequent runs have been better. Because you kind of... Well, I kind of realized that they show you the way you want to go early on, but then they block you off from going that way. So you have to go around the block. It's kind of a roundabout pathway to get around the block, but once you realize you're just going around, actually this is very weird. This is the way forward. That checkpoint is a good sign. But I'm trying to show something off here, so why am I accidentally walking the correct direction first? I went that way because often it's the wrong way. It's this room here is what you're looking for. To like confirm which way is ultimately the correct way. Is if you find this room that where the map says I should have bridges. And then you go to cross the bridge because hey, I want to go this way. And it's blocked. You want to be on that side of the wall. That's the where the ultimate goal is. So if you find that, you know that when you go a different way, you need to be trying to work your way around it. At least in previous runs, that's how it has worked. I don't know if that's going to be different here, because I don't really remember this being this, or this particular checkpoint being this early, but we'll follow the plan and see what happens. So here's the trough we were blocked off from previously. Hold on. Oh. The little mushroom quest is not that worthwhile. It's like you get a flask or something, or you get full of them. You get to pick one. I don't really remember. I just remember it was shit. So yeah, now we're wrapping back around. This is actually a good thing. At least I thought we were wrapping back around. Yeah, now we're wrapping back around. Okay.
Toxic rain.
I don't want no mushrooms. So now we want to make our way back towards that wall. Not necessarily to go all the way back in reality, we just need to kind of get close to it. But the boss is kind of in the center area, so there's like a whole maze of stuff out there, out in this bottom left area. But she's not actually out there, she's right here. She's kind of in the center, like closer to the first area we walked through. And this has worked for me pretty much every time, so I'm not gonna bother full clearing this place either. And sometimes the zone's backwards. There was actually one time I couldn't find the wall at all. It was there. I did end up finding it eventually, but it was like after I had wrapped my way around without finding the wall. So sometimes it gets a little funky, but ultimately the idea is the same. Leave me alone, Deadeye home. Oh wait, I'm not close enough. There we go. Yeet.
I just did the world a huge favor. This should grant us access to the temple.
Fun fact, if you go back to town, maybe it's not back to town. You might have to go down to the bottom of the stairs. Oh no, that is still part of town. So if you go back to town and you sit there for too long, eventually Alba will just throw the baby in the door without you doing anything. Or at least she did that at one point for me. So yeah, like we said, find the blocked bridges or the checkpoint. The checkpoint is the correct way, but the blocked bridges will tell you which way you need to go. After going through the checkpoint. The first thing to do is find a canal. That shows bridges. A canal with blocked bridges. The Queen of Filth is just on the other side of those bridges. When you know where they are, start looking around for different pathways that take you around the bridges towards around the bridges and back towards them. I mean, do we really need to write more? Maybe the Queen of Filth is located is usually located. We can't account for every possible permutation of this place, right? Queen of Filth is usually pretty centrally located. So don't get distracted running around the outside walls in any section of the map. Seems good to me, boss. The next is Temple of Kopek. This one's not really difficult, it's just kind of annoying. So what's on this? Actually need the quality. Nothing's on there. Oh yeah. Even if this is a major or like a decent damage upgrade, 78 to 118 versus 49 to 92. This has an extra arrow on it, which we cannot give up. That would be silly. All right, down the stairs we go. Honestly, it would probably be faster to teleport to the Drowned City and walk back through the door rather than go down these stairs, but it's too late now.
You found it.
Yay. The Temple of Golbeck.
The light. It's immense. Overwhelming.
I think pretty much you just have to run along the outside walls as much as possible
This heat is unbearable.
to check each corner for doors. But I'm pretty sure the first floor, it's like always gonna be the opposite corner from where you enter. Like we start on a long arm of the triangle, and then we need to go to the opposite point. Can you put that away, please, sir? Thank you. The joys of using fire abilities in the fire section. Every time I come through this zone, I have a flashback to one of the interviews or the Q&As that Ziggy D did with Jonathan and Mark. And it was like they had just shown off this zone with like the fire the fire damage when you go too close to the center, and Ziggy asked, like, do you think you guys are going to put that kind of environmental thing in, like, every zone? And I was like, oh, please no. Please no. And thankfully Jonathan was like, if we need to, we will do it, but we're not trying to do that everywhere. And I was so relieved, dude. Don't give them any ideas, Ziggy. Damn it. But thankfully it's okay. This is the only place I can think of that has anything like that.
Poking cloud.
So if it's not in the first corner you check, it's in the other one. But if we were to go from here to there, it would probably be blind. Let's see. Yeah, there's usually a big old gash right there.
What luck?
And I guess you can, like, if you find that gash, you can assume it's in that corner and move accordingly. However, it doesn't really make much difference. I think we can rerun this after doing the boss. Either way, I'm not that worried about it if we can't. It should be okay. I'd really rather not.
Can't kill when you poking cloud.
Bless me, God bless. Touch of complex will.
Will lose its mind.
Yeet.
Eventually.
That's barely any oh, it's like twice as fast, okay.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
This might be the worst zone to go through in co-op,
I wonder what this
because if you sorry, I got distracted for a second. If one of you is standing on here and talks to Alva, and one of you is standing outside of the center of the circle where the elevator is, your buddy can't get back on the elevator
I can make out symbols
after
of
this like
blood
cutscene starts. Like
patterns.
an invisible wall starts right here. Actually, I don't think I can leave. Yeah.
It's not a blood offering, it's
So
someone's
your buddy
own
can't get on here,
blood.
and then they get left behind, and then their quest state gets separated from your quest state, and then you have to come through here again, because Alva will no longer be down here for your buddy to talk to again, to do their own version of the elevator.
Now this is truly something.
It is quite scuffed.
Goodness me.
All that to say,
We're back.
make sure you both are on the elevator before you talk to Alva. It's quite a pain.
We were right on top of this device the entire time.
Was there a waypoint in there? Nah, but I'm not too worried. Temple of Copex, not very random either. Doors are always in corners. Okay, we'll say first the zone is a giant triangle. Doors, excluding the entrance, doors are always in corners. Pick a side and and start running. Check corners until you find the one with the door. If your way is blocked by a giant gash, giant gash in the floor, the door is in the corner on the other side of that gash. But you have to go all the way around to reach it. Yeah, alright. Hey.
Are these
Atso, not Atso.
in the flesh?
You have fun talking to them. I'm gonna, you know. I'm gonna go start killing everybody. Futsal is another one of those huge ones that's actually... Oops.
There they are.
Not the worst thing ever.
Choking cloud.
The first time through, it's terrible.
Avoid conflict.
Though the way you go through it, though, is you go up to the right. Until you can't go up to the right no more. Also, you want to be killing these big dudes. Can't remember their name. Val Hulks or something. Because they drop sacrificial hearts, which you'll need, or they drop a sacrificial heart quest item, which you'll need in the next zone. And if you don't find one between the start of this zone and the start of the next zone, don't worry, because there's more of them in the next zone. You'll just have to make sure you kill them there instead. So when you can't go top right no more, you just go down right as far as you can. Eventually you should find like bridges and shit. Case in point. And I believe eventually you'll find the little training ground with Viper standing there with all of her buddies. Yeah, I hear them. There they are. So there's about a billion miles of shit out here that we just completely skip by doing things this way. But the entrance to Viper is always in the top right. And after those bridges. Hopefully I don't die. I don't know if I'll lose XP yet.
Don't worry.
Alva, don't do it. Don't trust her. You're gonna get your lights punched out.
Which one of you activated the gate?
It was me.
Which one of you is a
Why is this not recharging, by the way?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva the Lion, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Yeet.
Bring her to Dor.
Alva, no.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled. Yo, let's take you. I will not relent.
Yo, that's still not recharging. What the hell?
Fall before us.
Should really be shocking her.
You are nothing but a locust. Raquel's web.
The trick here is just pick a side and stand on it. I've never seen them attack like that, though. That's rude. When you have to time the dodge right to get through the big wave of spears. Really? We just did this! I guess you have to stop and keep moving to keep them from stabbing you. Oh, step wrong step. I can still get her!
Miasma.
Oh! Oh! I can't get close enough to detonate all these, though. That's one problem. The same thing has happened to Viper for me before. So either, I'll die eventually, right? Or am I not getting hit by the ground effects because I'm not on the ground? Wait, I don't have line of sight on her, so she's not getting... She's not getting ignited. Why am I popping flasks? I should just die. Portals are disabled in boss fights. I take no responsibility for this. Oh, now they let me free. Motherfuckers. This was collusion between Viper, the Legion, and Chris Wilson. All to ruin my day. My deathless streak.
You will fall before us.
So, I guess you should be a little careful of that, but really I think that's a thing we should not have to worry about forever. I guess you don't have to be right up on them. Whee! Yeet. Get in that crystal. My Pee-wee 1 character's got farming to do.
Don't mind if I do.
We're going down to acceleration. More move speed. More better. We're at 23.2%, despite the fact that I only have 10 on my boots. Oh yeah, I'm going the wrong way. The door, the way out of here, the way out of this place, is always down right. At least every time I've seen it. But like I said, it's not a terrible idea to run around and kill stuff here. Looking for those Valgolites. Usually, if I don't get it on the way through, I'll just farm around in the next zone, because it's a big zone. And I kind of don't want to assume that I won't get it later on the correct path. So if I explore every area that I need to complete the zone, and I reach the end, then I can just start exploring while I have the checkpoint to the last zone all figured out. So it's all.
To think everyone here will die, all because of one woman and her pet thaumaturge.
Run into down the stairs into the main zone. Once you're past the RP, run to the top right as far as you can. Then start going down right as far as you can until you find some bridges. When you cross the bridge, I guess you find a bridge. After crossing the bridge, I'll go back to continue going as top right as you can until you find Viper. After beating her, what's my main leveling skill? It is gas arrow. But right now we're using Radiant Grief. So if there's any enemy within, like, I don't know, half my screen of me, it just auto detonates the gas because the enemy is ignited. So it kind of looks like a fire explosion. Stormcaller arrow is just there to shock. And Flame Wall is what we were using before I dropped Radiant Grief. To detonate the gas, but now it's kind of obsolete, and Freezing Salvo is just single target. Stormcaller Arrow and Freezing Salvo are both single target stuff. After beating the mouse, exit through the top right. Arena. Am I expecting to rush to buy Radiant Grief on League Start? No. I'm not sure I'm going to play this on League Start, but really Radiant Grief is convenient, but it's not really that big of a deal if you don't have it. Like Flame Wall is easy enough to cast. It's just like one less thing when you don't have to do it. But yeah, happy to help, Mr. Spartans. If you want, I'm actually just following a max roll leveling guide, because my priority right now is trying to figure out these zones. Because I'm kind of tired of getting lost in the massive zones that are like Act 2 and Act 3 in particular. So we've been going through each one like multiple times for the most part, if they're kind of random, to figure out how to cut through the randomness, basically. And so far it's been pretty successful, I think. Thankfully, the biggest ones, Apex of Filth, Drowned City, and Utsal, are not that random, so they're not terribly difficult to really have a set strategy to get through. But there have been a lot of them that are like completely impossible to read, or like very difficult to read. So this has been a good run, but I expect to go way faster in future runs because of this. After beating the boss, exit the arena through the top right, and then start going down right again. Until you find the exit to Agora. I think that's how you spell it. Ooh, geez. GG. Also, he is killing Val Goliaths in Utsal. Can drop the sacrificial heart. We need in Agora. Yeah, alright. We continue. It's this, Doriani's place. And then that's that. That's every zone that we care about. I skipped a couple, like the very first zone, like with Beira in it, because that's pretty much never different. I've never gotten lost there. I skipped Mudburrow because it has a quest I don't care about. All you get out of that is a sport gem. Just stuff like that, you know? All you get out of those peculiar fortune things is gold. At least as far as I know. Drop the heart, Goliaths! I want to leave as soon as possible. Ow, dude. The sacrificial heart quest gives you skill points, so it's absolutely worth doing. Some people like to leave that kind of thing for after they've cleared the campaign and they just go back and do it later, at least in PvE1. I don't like coming back to the campaign once I'm done with it. So I just do it as I go. And I don't want to forget things. Go home, the party's over. Also, it's only 5.5 hours into this stream, and we're down to the last 2 zones. So yes, this has been quite a bit faster than Act 2 was. So that took me like 7.5. Even though these zones are bigger, a lot of them are less random. Sacrificial Heart has got to be one of my least favorite quests, though. You have to kill so many of these dudes to find it.
Toxic ray.
But the sacrificial table is in the second half of the map, which is through this big walkway here. I'm just clearing things out on this side to try and get the heart without, so we run less risk of running out in the second half and then having to come back here. But I should grab this checkpoint. I don't know if there are any other checkpoints in this zone, other than that one and this one in the first half. So we're gonna grab this, but I guess worst case scenario, we can teleport back to town, teleport here, use the checkpoint, and teleport up there. It's a little roundabout, but it will save us a lot of walking. Give me your heart. Guess not. Well, maybe I should have killed more Goliaths in Utsal.
Nowhere to run.
I guess if we do run out of Val Goliaths without finding the heart, we can go back to Utsal. So that way we get to... oh, there it is. But yeah, if we didn't find it before we ran out of dudes, I guess we could have gone back to Utsal. So we could reset the zone a couple times there if we needed to, like as many times as we need. Without resetting this zone. So we still get the checkpoints and stuff that we've already found. That would be the play there, I think. Thankfully it didn't come to that. Life's good. And now the sacrificial table is on the top right side. And Doriania's place is like top left. I don't know how many were sacrificed, but we're about to sacrifice one more. Yeah, yeet.
Just like gutting an animal, in a sense.
Skill points. when we level up one more time, we get move speed and skill speed. Find myself still targeting the Goliaths, even though we absolutely don't need to. Turns out there's quite a few of them here, so maybe it is better to try and farm out this area. At least one time. So really all you have to do is run around in here until you find the giant, like, concourse, parade grounds, let's call them. And go to the top left end of them. I guess we'll say the far end of them from spawn. Follow path through. Sacrificial tables on the top right. I should really be writing this down. Are there times where it's top left? Like where this zone is mirrored, basically? I can't think of a time where there has been. Run through the top left, top right even, until you find the parade grounds with the dude preaching. Run to the far end, the parade ground. And go through the big door. In the second half, go as top right as you can to find the sacrificial table. And make sure you're killing as many Baal Goliaths as possible until you find the heart. Use on that table. You're done with the table quest. The black chambers are on the top left wall. This one is pretty simple. You just run as far away from the run directly away from the entrance as far as possible. That's pretty much all there is to it. Because the whole point is, if they didn't do it that way and put Alva and Doriani in the farthest room possible, Alva's voice line would be totally. So it's always got to be that.
Ah, yes. Another arrogant man erects a statue in his own honor. How
Do you think Doriani made that statue himself?
choking clouds!
Intruder is here. What of Nahuatzi?
Nahuatzi. Oh, that ain't it.
Mercy then. Kill her on sight.
So, Doriani said kill her on sight because I'm playing a class that happens to be a lady. But I noticed on the character creation screen, the executioner says kill them on sight. Although I guess that could be like if you're doing co-op and there's more than one, maybe that's why. But why not make it conditional the same way? It would just be one more condition, right? If two people kill them. If one person playing a dude, kill him. A lady, kill her. Or, fortunately, I suppose there's no real support for any extras. That's not the door. I thought we were at the boss already. Heck.
Stop this at once.
Never.
I take no pleasure in harming one of my own.
Don't you know I was your great grand niece? Wee. Easy peasy.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Hatzoatl has finally
This one voice line gives me so many questions about who I'm supposed to be. Because I thought I was supposed to not be the same person who is the main character in Path of Exile 1.
sacrifice is the only path to survival.
But the main character Path of Exile 1 should be the Demon of Hatzoatl. If he's not talking about Alva. But it doesn't really make sense for him to be talking about Alva because she's chained up. I'm the one who just came for Doriani. When he says that. Alva's been here the whole time. What was it? Hogger? Is that you? This is only setback. Can you summon the thing, please? Yes, thank you.
Give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here? It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will.
Alva, why are you such a doomer?
I cannot let my efforts be in vain. Burn to ash, demon of Hatzoatl. There is no escape.
So yeah, all that shit I just said about those, that voice line, I think about that every time. Like, I can't not think about it because I'm having like an existential crisis when I hear it. I don't understand.
Get up! Get up! Let me show you what true intellect looks like. Reverse the polarity. I will burn you.
Player D's nuts. Oh, I was supposed to be inside that?
The end of the world is
I've never seen this attack in my life. Yay.
Do not fail me.
Was it only 24 hours to clear Act 3? That's all.
All that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written. You can stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be protected. I do know of a way to
Bloodthorn.
Best you
I did
stop
all this for
talking,
Bloodthorn.
then.
Bro.
Friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
That's right. You saw what I did to Viper. But you do it again.
if there isn't but
In crew.
It's
We going home? We're going home. I'm coming home. Well, but we do still need to do ultimatum. I need my second ascendancy. I kinda ignored that. So to that end, we must actually go through the riverbank to reach town, so I get the waypoint. Whee!
by the first ones. You're alive.
I'm gonna not talk to you so you don't die, sir. You'll be fine. You're doing great. Act 1, how I missed you. Not gonna lie though, I'm still not super happy with my my little notes for Grim Tangle in particular. I feel like we could probably do better if I look at that place again, but I also kind of want to be done taking notes on things. Because I would like to be done rerunning the same zone over and over again. I think the general idea is if you find the boss room, the mini-boss, the entrance to the mini-boss, the entrances to the mini-boss room point to the exits. So one side is the entrance and one side is the same direction as the exit. But if you don't find the boss room, then that kind of means you're going the right way. I think that's like basically how you think of it. But it can be a little confusing when you're actually in there trying to figure it out. So I don't. But I don't really think there's a better way to look at things while you're going through it. Don't do that.
Toxic rain. Man or beast, they die the same.
Well done.
They all die the same. It's a clever little door contraption, not gonna lie. Busy already.
This place reeks of desperation.
Busy. The river is pretty simple. You just run top right as much as you can. You'll get there. Whee!
A descendant of the Magi? You are always
The who?
welcome here if you wish to test yourself.
Like the Esmeri? No, that's Huntress. Who the hell's the ranger?
Approach.
I'm not gonna talk to him. He's not my friend. Shade is like a free mod in PoE 1 Ultimatum. Is way more annoying here.
Challenger. Prove yourself worthy of chaos.
Choking cloud.
Oh, let me out. Question is, who or which boss do we get? Do we get easy, medium, or hard? That's the real question. Easy would be the zombie bird, medium is the chimera, and hard would be the tornado bird.
This is just a warm-up.
Joke's on you, I don't have defenses. Maybe I do. I mean, 74% at this level.
Always strikes twice.
We'll just take the lightning. Heck it. One more.
Miasma.
After this one, that is. Oh no, there's so much going on. Really, I'm really hoping we don't get the damn crystal thing, where we have to go find them and bring them to the little slot. That one is probably the worst. I'm rich. Do we get a third lightning?
This is just the beginning.
I'll take free rares. You kidding?
Common than you think.
2 extra mods means extra loot as well. It is the stone altars.
Requires souls.
Gotta be the worst set of objectives.
Choking cloud.
The thing I like least about this is, like, as annoying as it is, go find the things and bring them back. The worst part is you have to sit through that animation while you're putting it down, while things are constantly spawning on you, and your health is being drained by the thing. It's like, all those things combined make it just, like, quite annoying. A little difficult to survive, I think. And on top of that, you do have to run around finding the things and taking elevators and shifting platforms and stuff, which is also not exactly my favorite thing ever. On the plus side, I am kind of over leveled, so this is easy peasy. Gotta make sure I keep Tailwind up.
Don't give up so early.
Monsters protected by energy shield is actually like the worst thing if you get the Chimera. Because the Chimera flies away and he gets like 30% of his life as energy shield back. Not a good idea. We got hard mode.
Yes, you aim for the head. Heads.
Well, sure as shit, he does have more than one head. I never saw in my life. We got his ass! Yeet! I was so worried he was gonna start that and I wouldn't be able to finish him off. Easy, dude. Yo, do those have 15 move speed on them? No. They don't even have 1 move speed on them. This is bullshit. Give me my stuff that I totally looked at. It's all kind of cheeks, isn't it?
May the strong
Yoink. We're taking the literal point blank. And then extra projectile as our third. Should be fun. But yeah, that's about everything I wanted to get done for today. So I believe that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it. But I do appreciate y'all watching. Hope you've enjoyed. If you didn't, you're not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And come to me again Thursday of next week. My stream schedule is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. But Thursday next week, we'll take this character through Acts 1, 2, and 3 Cruel using all of this wonderful information that we've took all this time to acquire. Literally 24 hours of game time. And we'll see how well it pans out for us. And then we'll get to do it all again Friday, because I will be partaking in the reset economy I do not want to play in the PoE 0.1 economy. The Divine Orbs are like 400 exalts each, and that just sounds like a terrible time. Anyways, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you have yourselves a good night, and I will see you on Thursday. Yeet. Also, one more thing. We'll be doing a 12-hour stream Friday for the launch of Dawn of the Hunt. And we're going to be starting when the League launches. So like 3 p.m. Eastern US time or 2 p.m. It'll be a little early, but I'll go way later than usual. So look forward to that. We may do 12 hours on Saturday as well, and I may or may not stream Sunday. I'm going to play it by ear. But yeah. I'll see y'all next week.